10 seconds. 5. Good evening, everybody. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you with the entire staff and the city council after 2 years of COVID Zoom meetings. We are back here in the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm very happy to welcome you in person. Today it's Tuesday, March 15, 2022, and I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the United States military troop? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Item number 2 on the agenda, land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Pinole people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Pinole elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Pinole land, the land that Pinole sits upon their land. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, City Clerk report and statement of conflict. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor Salimi.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, March 10th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. A revised report for item 9F was distributed and published after the posting of the agenda. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next item on the agenda will be item number 4, which is convening to a closed session. Tonight we will have a public employee evaluation performance. That will be the City Clerk. Do we have any public comment on that item, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have one comment, and that is from Cordell Hindler. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Hindler, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, good. So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Henler, and I'm a Richmond resident. And I think that Heather Bell has done a wonderful job as a city clerk. She makes sure that the agenda, as well as the packets, go out in a timely manner. So when y'all go into closed session, think of all the hard work that she has put into, like making sure that all the material go in through the agenda packet in a timely manner. So that's it.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one additional speaker, Rafael Menes. We've moved the podium. There you go.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to echo Cordell Hindler's words in praise of City Clerk Bell and add a few of my own. I don't know how many of you take the time to read over the minutes for the prior meetings attached to the agendas, but I recommend that you do so if you don't, because City Clerk Bell takes a considerable amount of effort to go over all of the various comments all of us make, myself included, and summarize them, which is no easy task for dozens of different comments over meeting, over meeting, over meeting. I would hope that there would be more than 2 comments in praise of her work, frankly, considering how many people's comments she needs to record and transcribe and summarize as part of her core work as city clerk in these meetings. I believe that she's done an excellent job both in working to set up this hybrid meeting format that we're holding today and in conducting the online virtual meetings during the duration of the pandemic this prior year, which is the primary year she's being evaluated on. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank her again for her excellent work as city clerk and hope that she will be able to continue that excellent work long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments.
Thank you. So it's 6:06, and I will we'll convene in a closed session until 6:30, and when we come back at 6:30, we will report the result from the closed session, and we'll go directly into the proclamation until 7:10, and then we'll take around 7:10 the public comments that we have. Just want to give a quick heads up. So it's 6:06, and we'll see you back at 6:30.
And Mayor, just one quick comment. We have a public comment card tray just to my left here. So if you have cards during the break, you can go ahead and place them in there. And please be sure to write the item number you wish to speak on. Thank you.
Thank you. See you back at 6:30. David, 20 seconds. Ten. Welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday, March 15, 2022. Welcome back to our first open session to the public since March of 2020. I'm very happy to welcome everybody here with the rest of the city staff and city council. We are reconvening from a closed session item number 5. We do not have any reportable action at this moment. I will move on to as the mayor, I decided to move on to item number 8, proclamations, and I will go back to citizen to be heard. Item number 8A, tonight we have a proclamation for the recognition of Nowruz, and I will invite the entire city council to please read that proclamation with me. Nowruz, Day of Nowruz, March 20, 2022. Whereas Nowruz in Persian means new day, marks the vernal equinox and the beginning of spring, and is about celebrating renewal, connecting with loved one, and honoring nature. And whereas Nowruz begins precisely at the vernal equinox on the first day of spring, usually on March 20th or 21st, when the day and nights are equal length, with days then becoming longer, signifying the arrival of warmer weather. And
whereas this year Nowruz falls on Sunday, March 20th, 2022, and whereas Nowruz is the beginning of the year for the people of Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Tajikistan, and a few of the Asian republics of the former Soviet Union. It is also celebrated as the new year by people descended from Persian and Iranian ancestors. The Kurds in Georgia, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey celebrate Nowruz as the New Year festival. Many communities where people from these countries have settled also join in the celebration. And
whereas it is a time of great joy and family celebrations that are shared by people of all faiths in many countries, and traces its history back through the centuries to the ancient Mesopotamian civilizations and the Persian Empire. And whereas it is mankind's oldest known holiday and is still celebrated by more than 300 million people around the world, it celebrates the triumph of hope over despair and promotes values of peace and solidarity between generations and within families. And
whereas the spirit of Nowruz is embedded in a half-seen table, an arrangement of 7 elements symbolizing life, hope, and nature, which is complemented by other traditions such as half meva, a compote of 7 fruits representing growth and regeneration. And
whereas many who celebrate Nowruz honor nature with traditions such as jumping over fire on the last Tuesday night before the new year to symbolically burn bad deeds and purify souls to welcome in the new year, and holding farmers' festivals on the second day of Nowruz, or gathering with families and friends in nature to conclude the festivities on Sizda de Bedor, the 13th day of Nowruz. And
whereas Nowruz is the messenger of better, brighter days ahead and a reminder what connects people as a community in Pinole. And now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim March 20, 2022 as Day of Nowruz in the City of Pinole. I will then invite the people who celebrate Nowruz to come here and join me here. I will be giving you the proclamation, and I would ask Dr. Abar to make a speech as well as Mrs. Giordani, and then we'll take a 20 minutes break. We have the cakes over there, and we come back. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, thank you for inviting us on this beautiful day of winter in city of Pinole. I wanted to talk about what Nowruz is, and you did a great job on the proclamation, talk about what Nowruz actually is. But I just wanted to add a little bit note about that this is an international holiday that is celebrated all over the world and welcomes everyone to celebrate with us. I'm happy to mention that my son Ryan and my beautiful wife Farzana is here to celebrate it with us, and it's a pleasure to have friends of the Pinole City with us as well as our mayor, Mrs. Salimi. I'm also want to mention that I'm the first generation of the immigrant to U.S. I came here about 28 years ago, and I've been practicing orthodontics in the beautiful city of Pinole for the past 20 years. And this city has been very nice and generous with me, and I appreciate the whole community being part of the business-oriented city that this city is. I also certainly appreciate the freedom and the opportunity that this country as well as this city has given me to enjoy my life with my family and friends. Thank you for the extending the March 20th as the New Nowruz Day in the city of Pinole. And on behalf of the Iranian community, I appreciate the whole city council as well as our mayor for making this proclamation to the Iranian community. Thank you again.
Hello, my name is Shaheen Georgiani, and I live in Berkeley. I am a Farsi teacher. I teach the language. And I have been a teacher in Albany School District for 27 years at the same time, and taught Farsi in Persian community in Albany and also in Danville for the past 20 years and about 30-something years in Albany. Everybody said whatever was needed to say that. I am very happy that we are here and we are saying this day because recognizing other cultures, recognizing the fact that other people exist and that they are here and their cultural, the ceremonies and all the cultural aspects that they have and they are proud of are equally important throughout every culture. Then going from there, I just want to thank the city of Pinole and Mr. Mayor for recognizing this day. Because working with kids I have worked with children about 50 years altogether. My past experience in Iran, then in America. And within that experience, I know how important it is when people have a good sense of identity, when they respect themselves. To be Iranian kids who are here are Americans because as far as I know, they are citizens. And but learning about their culture, knowing their history makes them a better citizen. Because when you have a strong sense of self and identity and you respect your culture, you respect your background, the only thing it does, and again, this is throughout every culture, every group that exists and will make the texture of this country. Then that's why I teach Farsi, and that's why I think this day also is important. The more it is officially recognized, the kids will get representation. The kids will have a better sense of self, and they carry that better sense of self throughout their lives. Therefore, definitely they become a better citizen for this country to serve, because that's where they are, that's where they live, and that's where their lives will be. Then that's all I want to say, and thank you so much for recognizing this day.
You have cakes and drinks over there.
Hello, Council. Got some feedback from participants at home just to speak more closely into the mic and be mindful of not turning your head or taking your face away from the mic. They're having trouble hearing.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Tuesday, March 15, 2022, and I resume the regular City Council meeting. We are right now under item agenda 8A2, which is the Women History Month. I will then please invite the entire City Council to read the proclamation for the Women History Month, March 2022. Whereas Women History Month is a celebration of women's contribution to history, culture, and society, and has been observed annually in the month of March in the United States since 1987. And
whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of the United States, the state of California, and the city of Pinole in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas the 2022 theme is Women Providing Healing, Promoting Hope. This theme is both a tribute to the ceaseless work of caregivers and frontline workers during this ongoing pandemic and a recognition of the thousands of ways that women of all cultures have provided both healing and hope throughout history. And
whereas women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life of our nation and in the city of Pinole by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside the home. And whereas women have played a unique role throughout our history by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force, and women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in the United States and throughout the Bay Area. And
whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and the peace movement to create a more fair and just society for all. And
whereas women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas locally women have played a key role in the city of Pinole's history as leaders of the community in our schools, universities, as appointees and elected officials, and as staff at City Hall, and whereas the city supports further sustainable change in women's and girls' well-being and advancement.
now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize the month of March 2022 as Women History Month in the City of Pinole and encourage residents to reflect on, honor, and celebrate the history, courage, commitment, accomplishments, and contributions of women throughout the United States. Do we have anybody we don't have anybody here, but I will just invite our council member here. I'm just going to give it to you and a former mayor.
I'll forward it on to our city clerk, and if she can share that with our staff, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me give it to you. Next item will be item 8A3, American Red Cross Month recognition. I will then invite the entire council to read the recognition proclamation with me, please. American Red Cross Month, March 2022. Whereas, since its foundation in 1881 by Clara Barton, a nurse and educator, the American Red Cross has carried out its noble mission of preventing and easing human suffering.
Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to honor the kindness of our volunteers and neighbors who aid families in need every day in Pinole, California, across the United States and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's over 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And
whereas its volunteers are on the front lines of recovery, providing emergency shelter to families impacted by devastating floods, tornadoes, fires, and other disasters, donating life-saving blood to meet the rising demand of hospital patients, supporting our nation's service members, veterans, and their families, and providing medical care and essential resources to combat diseases worldwide. And
whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, the American Red Cross worked tirelessly beside its government, public health, and community partners to coordinate training efforts and a shelter exercise to plan for response during high fire danger and a pandemic, while safeguarding the health and well-being of our volunteers, partners, and the people we serve. And
whereas the American Red Cross Blood Services support Bay Area hospitals by providing them with thousands of units of red cells, platelets, and plasma for patients in need, which has been a critical need during COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas March is American Red Cross Month and special time to recognize all those who continue to advance the noble legacy of the American Red Cross founder, Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." And
now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaim March 2020 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Pinole and encourage all citizens to honor our countless volunteer heroes and support the Red Cross noble humanitarian mission and vital work to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, do we have somebody online to
Yes,
recognize
thank you.
the proclamation, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We have Rolanda Wilson on the line, a Red Cross representative. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for waiting for us.
Thank you again. And on behalf of the American Red Cross, everyone knows this has been a very challenging year for all of us, especially for those who have suffered through one of the many disasters that our nation has encountered. So when help can't wait during these emergencies, please know the American Red Cross volunteers and blood donors step up to ensure those in need receive relief and care. Today, our work is powered by 90% volunteers, along with community partners and people trained in vital health and safety skills. Their actions provide hope every day, whether it's rushing to aid people after disaster, supporting military families through the challenges of service, or rolling up our sleeves to give the gift of life. Last year in Contra Costa, with the help of many of our partners, we held numerous blood drives, including 16 in Brentwood and 2 diverse blood drives in Richmond, with 4 more scheduled this year. In addition, we responded to an apartment fire in Brentwood, and with our partners, were able to provide the necessary support to all our fire victims. In Concord, the Red Cross awarded one of our most prestigious awards, and that's the American Red Cross Life Saving Award to Officer Aaron Kamash for saving the life of a 2-year-old girl. Also in Concord, we partnered in the safety fair at Todos Santos Plaza, and in April, our Sound the Alarm campaign, which will resume, allowing us to once again install life-saving smoke alarms to the communities in need. And finally, Later this spring, Red Cross will be conducting an evacuation drill for the 10,000 residents of Rossmore, which will be coordinated with all of our government partners. These are just a few of the examples of the activities we've engaged in during the last year, and we look forward to continuing the Red Cross mission throughout 2022. Our community counts on Red Cross for help every day, and supporting our community is at the heart of what we do. Our work never stops. Even during this pandemic, help can't wait. So on behalf of our volunteers and those we serve, we want to thank the City of Pinole and the City Council for standing with the American Red Cross. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Any public comments on any recognition tonight?
I don't see any hands raised. No, thank you.
Thank you. Then I will close item 8A, and I will move back to item 6, citizen to be heard. Thank you, everybody, for waiting so long. And I will turn it back to you, Madam City Clerk. Can you please read us the new procedures tonight? How many cards and how many people?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have 4 public comment cards that were received in person. We'll take those first. So I'll call your name so that you know what the queue is. We have Bob Kopp, Peter Murray, Rafael Menez, and Roy Swearingen. And then if anyone has any additional cards, you can pass them forward. We'll also take virtual hands as they come up. It looks like we have 2 so far. So Mr. Bob Kopp, if you would like to take the podium there.
I want to pass this around so that the council actually see what's going to be going on up there if you approve this. It's a disaster to start with. City Council and all the people here. My name is Bob Kopp, and I've done a lot of studying on this. It took us months and months to get any kind of information from the City Council and from the Planning Commission. When we finally got the information, I made up a card thing here, as you can see tonight. I'm showing to the council members exactly an aerial view of what it looks like. It's marked off exactly where it's going to go, where it interrupts with the Goodyear Tire Store, Murphy's Pizza Place, and it goes straight down there to Fitzgerald Avenue. From this aerial picture, you see there is no place for children to play. There is has to be at least 1 more traffic signal put in, or maybe 2, so people can get in and out of there. And Fitzgerald right now is congested without adding 230-something new residents there. The other question is, what about the sewage coming out of there? We just spent $40 million upgrading our sewage treatment plant with Hercules. And also, what about the water for these facilities? As you know, we've been in a drought off and on for years. Now you want to put in 236 residents that we don't have the water for. And if you really pay attention to what PG&E is doing, you'll find out they do not have the electrical grid system to keep everything we have in Contra Costa County running on a hot day. When you come home, turn the air conditioner on, your wife turns on the stove, the oven, and you've got to plug in your electric car. We don't have the electrical grid to sustain this. So now you want to add more things to the grid, more things for the water, and you're going to have a lot more maintenance for our maintenance people. And probably worst of all, it is going to be a disaster for the police department. They're going to be up there all the time, and I think it should not be built. We should try to get a commercial place in there so we actually receive money coming back and not spending money out of the city budget. The only one that's making any profit on this is the developer. He'll be making millions over years and years to come, and the city of Pinole does not have the resources to get more fire equipment because we don't have enough apparently right now. And now if you got a 5-story building, I was told that you might have to have a big ladder truck to meet the requirements from the state fire marshal. So That's about $2 million or more. And who's going to pay for that? Is the developer going to pay for that, or is it going to come out of the city budget? It should not come out of a budget, and it should not be built, period. Thank you.
Can we please take that item as an attachment and put, for minutes or records? Thank you. We can take a picture of it and return it back to you if you wish.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. Nice to be back. I'm just talking about the COVID issue that I'm talking about. I too want to speak about the Fitzgerald Drive Shopping Center. This is something that just kind of came out of nowhere and was kind of a surprise. And in my estimation, this project has been in the works for a long time with the amount of work that they've have done already on preparing the project, its drawings and the like. And so it's not something new, but it sure is something that's hasn't been publicized very much. And I just want to add to that in the past, councils have understood the need to develop the commercial economic engine in Pinole. Pinole Vista, that's Fitzgerald Drive, was our answer to being self-sustaining going into the future. Our center exists because we, the city, invested in the Fitzgerald property. We invested our time, we provided the finances, and our community's energy to make it happen. We did this for a distinct purpose, the purpose of generating commercial property tax and sales tax revenues for our general fund. The idea was for it to be a parallel revenue stream to augment our limited small town property taxes. Today, as I've mentioned, unbeknownst to most of us in the community, we have a proposed residential project threatening to take place smack in the middle of our biggest revenue-generating asset. I believe by its very nature and massive size that it will be detrimental to our fragile financial dynamic. It potentially threatens the city's delicately balanced finances. It will definitely create a gap in 2006 and 14 Measure S funds, and we'll lose a serious share of our state sales tax funds as well, and that is an inescapable fact. I know that it will be said that there are state mandates, but nowhere does it state, even if it's detrimental to the city, it must be done. Beyond that, there are many more real-time issues and serious issues at that to discuss and be vetted out. Saying that community awareness is lacking on this project is selling it short. Its impacts have not been adequately addressed or entertained by the community for any type of discussion and to be addressed. Issues such as the loss of the commercial opportunity, which is a mantra that several of you used a couple of years ago when running for election, that economic development. And I'll say this and I'll say it again, it all impacts the community. It impacts all of us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. Tonight I would like to talk about a petition that is going to be before the County of Contra Costa with regards to its general plan modifications. As residents of Contra Costa County, this topic is germane to all of us. It is a petition on Action Network under the subtitle No New Oil and Gas Drilling in Contra Costa, calling for a ban on all new oil and gas drilling within the county due to the immediate detrimental environmental impact of said drilling on communities nearby it, and due to the longer-term detrimental impact of extracting and burning fossil fuels on our community due to increased greenhouse gas emissions and the negative impacts of those greenhouse gas emissions on the climate, and the following on negative impacts of climate change on the city of Pinole, which have been gone over at length before, and I am sure will be gone over at length again in the future. I urge all residents of Contra Costa County to sign this petition. As the petition itself notes, LA County, a significantly larger county than Contra Costa, with a significantly greater history of oil extraction, has agreed to ban new oil extraction within its territory. Contra Costa County has only recently begun to initiate new oil extraction projects in Brentwood and elsewhere, which means that this is the ideal time to stop before it expands and becomes deeper rooted. It is important that we not destroy our future in the name of slightly greater profits in the present. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's been a long time since I've stood in front of this podium. I like this because I'm kind of on top and looking down. I want to address a little bit tonight on residential replacing commercial sales tax properties, which what we're looking at here is the Fitzgerald Drive project up at the Vista Shopping Center. We worked many years, going back to the 1980s, on putting that shopping center together. It took 10 or 15 years. This shopping center was designed to be a sales tax viable development, and it was successful. It wasn't designed to be a residential development. Residential taxes cannot replace sales tax. It doesn't compute, and you'll find that out if you keep going in that direction. I don't know how much background the council or the planning commission has done in studying this project and some of the negative sides of what would happen if that project went in up there. First off, hospitals in this area are non-existent, and when you add 800 to 900 new residents to this community, you're adding almost 10% to this community. And with the other developments that are going in residential, it's very close to 10%. I think I figured it out as about 7 or 8% that we will be adding in the next couple of years. When you do that, you impact the community because you're creating a traffic situation where people won't be able to get there to get to the emergency fields. Young children who are ill have to get to the hospital. They won't be able to get them there. Seniors who live up there, they get sick, they won't be able to get them there. We're a small community. We're not a large community. And we have Hercules on the other side of us that's putting residential in like it's going out of style. And they're putting thousands of new residents up there. We still don't have any hospitalization for it. You have to go at minimum of Vallejo. You can go to Richmond Kaiser, but if you've ever been to Richmond Kaiser, it's a disaster. There's so many people from Richmond and that area going to the hospital right now, it's well overburdened. If we don't start looking at our infrastructure and what we can afford to do and what we can't afford to do as far as taking care of this community, then I think that I would be very upset at the fact of all the years that we've worked to try to produce a pay-as-you-go city. And that's what we've done. We had some trouble in 2008, but we corrected it. I don't want to go there again. So please take a long look and make sure that all your bases are covered when you vote on this project. And please think about the people in this community and the adverse effect that this development will have on it. Thank you.
Debbie Long. Hopefully this is the beginning of better days ahead for all of us. I'd also like to speak on the proposed apartment complex for the Pinole Vista Shopping Center. The proposal to turn this into an apartment project 5 stories high with 223 units versus commercial revenue generating property should have been put on the Planning Commission from the very beginning and not reviewed by an assortment of staff that is fairly new to the department and has little, if any, institutional knowledge. A full traffic study, and as I understand it, the one done was done at 2018, right around COVID, should have been done prior to administratively pushing the project forward. A study of this type of crime and accidents that have occurred in the area should have been researched, as well as an opinion from the police department as to how an apartment complex of this size will affect, and I'd expect adversely, the trafficking and surrounding properties. This would include Appian Way as well as Fitzgerald. Are the roads properly engineered for the additional traffic and pedestrian needs for a residential property of this size? Can the existing fire department adequately respond to these types of high-rise apartment complexes? Being that we are in forever drought and PG&E blackout periods, how will these units tax an already overtaxed and underfunded infrastructure? Were you aware that this project is not slated to have solar? It will be prepped for solar ready, but they have no intentions of it being built within the project. They also aren't separating the project from the center. Everything will be open to the shopping center's parking. I think that this is by design, no pun intended, because they have requested a variance on their own parking needs. As far as I know, there is no camera system that's being required, and while this project will have less than 30 low or very low income requirements, the rest is slated for market rate, and that doesn't equate to affordable housing. This project is in the sole interest of the developer, who is also the owner of the shopping center, and needs to be scrutinized to ensure that whether or not it is commercial, residential, or some combination of both, that it meets the necessary criteria regarding all the safety issues and EIR concerns. I believe it is hypocritical of this council, particularly as it relates to promises of bringing business and economic development to the town to ensure a larger tax revenue stream and jobs to allow this development to continue without large concessions. And how does it look? You're reducing commercial development, thereby reducing tax revenue, but you want at the same time to change Pinole from a general law city to a charter city for the sole purpose of increasing taxes. That just doesn't pass the smell test.
Mayor, we now have a virtual or a remote comment. Ann Ling. Ms. Ling, can you hear us? You can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a citizen of Contra Costa County, and I wanted to speak about the agreement that has been sent to all 18 cities, and it's an agreement from Contra Costa Animal Services. This agreement that was sent to the 18 cities for review was written in below the basic standard of care for shelters across the state, many of them serving much smaller populations with a fraction of the animal services budget. I am requesting that the 18 cities agree to increase the funding for animal services that was proposed. We desperately need it. However, along with the additional funding, I'm asking to cities to write a well-written, humane city-county agreement, which is outlining all the services that they're providing for the additional funding they're going to be receiving. When considering redrafting this agreement, I feel all the city representatives should be involved on drafting this agreement. A bulk of the animal services budget comes from the cities. They should also consider reaching out to rescue groups, and community members should be involved in creating this new agreement. At September 2020, Animal Services removed many of their services due to budget issues. However, They're seeking more money from the cities, but they're not including those services that were removed. Some of those services were field services decreased from 16 to 10. Their hours were reduced. The on-call coverage was eliminated. They stopped live wildlife calls. They stopped, and now those calls go to the California Fish and Wildlife. However, they're not able to attend to those calls because they have 4 staff members for 4 counties. They also eliminated low-cost spays and neuters during COVID. They just now reopened them a few weeks ago. However, now they're booked for 3 months out because of the backlog. I agree that Animal Services needs additional funding. And I understand that the Public Managers Association all meet together to discuss this agreement. I don't think there is a question that they need additional funding. The question is look at this agreement. It is not written with all of these services coming back. It is very sparsely written to outline what services they're providing. It's a contract that will be for 2 years once signed, and it automatically renews for every 3 years. The only way to revise this agreement is going before the Board of Supervisors. So again, please consider going to the Public Managers Association and discussing this.
The next speaker is Annie Wright. I'm sorry, the next speaker is Lisa Fulton. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for
Ms. Fulton, it looks like you've muted yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself again.
Okay, I don't know how that happened, sorry. I would also like to address the agreement between Animal Services and the 18 cities. I would urge you to take a hard look at this agreement because it's woefully inadequate. There are many services that have been cut back or eliminated entirely. And you all know that the Pinole shelter has been permanently closed, and that just that puts a hardship on everybody. I've been in animal rescue for over, 15 years. And so I'm on the ground a lot, and I see so many cats, homeless cats and community cats. And there's a serious population explosion going on right now. And we've gotten behind the curve because of COVID. But now I am urging the cities, including Pinole, to reinstate high volume spay-neuter surgeries as well as low-cost vaccinations. We desperately need these services, and at the very least, we can go to the pro status ante. At least, there's no good reason to not include services that every resident can benefit from, as well as the animals. And there is one area that is quite concerning. Cats are starting to be poisoned in areas where the population is exploding. So people are resorting to drastic measures to control cat population. And that is so preventable. It's preventable by reinstating high volume spay-neuter surgeries to help us out as trappers that are on the front lines. And also, it's quite concerning about the wildlife response that has been cut back. They will no longer do dead or injured. They will no longer respond to injured wildlife calls, and that's just so cruel. We have to live side by side with wildlife, and we owe it to the animals to take care of them. There's a bunch of us here that have studied that agreement, and we would be more than happy to meet with any of you and discuss what we think can be great improvements to that agreement. Thank you so much and good night.
The next speaker is Annie Wright. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Annie. I'm a Contra Costa resident. I'm a lifelong animal lover and rescue volunteer for over 20 years. I've helped control the overpopulation of homeless community cats by trapping and fixing them and also vaccinating. I've fostered kittens and find them homes. And this has all been through the resources of rescue groups that are nonprofits. They are the safety net for Contra Costa Animal Services. And I'm very concerned about the contract that was sent out by Animal Services to the 18 contracted cities. The scope of services does not outline the vital services, leaving cities vulnerable and responsible for services. Even before COVID, the shelter had reduced and even closed programs that are community-based. There was a return to field program that helped a lot with the community cats with getting them spayed and neutered. The TNR clinic is trap, neuter, and released. That has a 60-day wait list. The low-cost spay and neuter for dogs and cats, that reopened recently, and it's a 3-month wait list now and very limited services. There's only 2 days per week where you can get vaccinations and 2 days for those spay and neuters. So it's very concerning when animals can get diseases that they spread to other animals. One really important one, of course, is rabies, and that can be spread to people, other animals, wildlife. And another concern is the discontinuation of wildlife services for injured animals. We all know we live in a beautiful area where we have wildlife, and unfortunately they will, be hit by cars and have other injuries, and that means that animal is going to be laying there unless a good Samaritan comes by and helps it out. And then there's still no transportation for that animal. Lindsay Wildlife does not provide that. Neither does the Fish and Game Department, who is what Animal Services tells you to call. And then Wildlife, the Fish and Game, tells you to call Animal Services. So this is a real injustice here to the communities and our animals. And it is just such a crisis situation. I really urge Pinole leaders to please listen to your tax-paying citizen, meet the needs of us and our beloved pets. And I thank you very much for listening.
The next commenter is Hulan Barnett.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Hulan Barnett, and
We've lost your audio, Mr. Barnett.
I'm a resident of Richmond, one for the county. So I'm running primarily because of just the neglect that I see in our district, the blight, the quality of life issues as it pertains to families and seniors, and just the fact that the services that we need in the community, the fact that the services that we need from the county to work with the cities of Pinole all the way through to El Cerrito and Kensington are lacking. And as somebody just indicated, you can see it with the animal shelter program closing. And my daughter goes to martial arts in Pinole at Doomlaus, and every time we drive up there, we would used to go in and take a look at the animals, but now it's been closed since the beginning of COVID, and we're just wondering why that happened, and we would like to try and bring it back if possible. But in addition to this, the other things that I'm finding concerning are the traffic problems. And I don't know if that's in Pinole, I can't say that, but I can definitely say over here in Richmond, El Cerrito, El Sobrante, it's definitely a problem for traffic safety. And so that's one that needs to be worked on. But I think the biggest one that I think the county owes to all the communities is the fact that businesses were lost during COVID, and the shutdown killed numbers of businesses. And the fact that those businesses have not returned or they're continuing to leave, the county needs to think of ways of supporting businesses so that they will come back, so that we're not having to go over to the 680 corridor to get services. So those are things that I see just on a primary basis for people in the District 1 that we're not getting. The great thing I love about Pinole, because I'm there often, is that I can go to Fitzgerald Park, take my daughter, even though I live in Richmond, I'm there often. I go to my barber, who's at Fitzgerald Park. I also had the opportunity to be with the group when they gave away the backpacks and to donate a bounce house from my business. So I really look at Pinole as a really positive community. But the other thing I would add is that Pinole, I think, has a good model of supporting its residents. And that's the one that I think in the other communities, especially Richmond, they struggle with. So again, I'm running for county supervisor. You can reach me, and I'll come back to the next meeting. I think my time is up, so thank you.
It looks like that was our final comment for this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Just a point of...
something that I think we're all very appreciative of in terms of...
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. We have made a request on January 18 to have a presentation from Animal Services on closure of Pinole Animal Shelter, current service level and fees and future plans. It's an item that we requested back in January, and if it's possible, when we bring it back to the council, if we could address those comments that were brought up to our attention tonight, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, do you have any updates on that federal project, please, to give us tonight? Related to the Kmart location.
I mean, other than what has been shared, I think, through various communication channels, that the application has been submitted by a developer. It's going through the city review process. The city council establishes the policies, our general plan, and our zoning ordinances. So city's role in reviewing an application like that is to make a preliminary determination about whether the application meets the city's standards that have been created by the city council. And then there are various rounds of review and potential appeals depending on where it goes from there. So there's nothing more to share. I believe that the application is now slated to be heard by the Planning Commission in late April.
Late April. Thank you. This, I believe, concludes item 6. Then I will move on to item 7A, mayoral report and announcement. I would like to welcome everybody again to this chamber. I do remember 2 years ago, Mayor Sorensen was our mayor, and Mayor Murray was seated on my left, and we closed everything, and it was unexpected. And I remember going to the city manager, Murray's office, and the mayor at that time, Mr. Sorensen, told me that we as a nation survived a worse crisis and we'll come back even stronger. And I went back home and I said that to my wife, and I said it's going to be 2 years two difficult years. Will we come back? But tonight we are back, and I think it shows how strong as a nation we can handle every single challenges as long as we stay united. Thank you, sir. Welcome again. That concludes my reports. Then I will move on to item 7B, mayoral and council appointments. We don't have any tonight. Item 7C, City Council Committee Reports and Communication. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Devin Murphy, your Mayor Pro Tem. It is great to be here tonight in person, and I am looking forward to hopefully what is moving forward for our city. I know it's been a very, very tough 2 years, and I am so looking forward to us reaching out to our public in person now that we have in-person council meetings. A couple reports for tonight. First and foremost, I wanted to invite the public to the next MCE board meeting, which is this Thursday at 7 p.m. If you are out there and you are thinking about your electricity bills like many people are, this meeting is going to be very important for you. We're going to be talking about the 2022 through 2023 fiscal year budget. We'll also be considering an additional $5 million for our MCE Cares Credit Program. The reason this is important is because this helps folks who are still dealing with the impacts of COVID-19, as well as folks who are still dealing with other issues. And if you're someone who is thinking about your electricity bill at 2 a.m., we want to come and we want to hear you. You can make public comment just like you can make public comment here, and it starts at 7 p.m. We'd love to have you there. I want to also invite the public, the City of Pinole, and also other interested individuals to my monthly coffee and conversation. That's this Sunday at 9 a.m. at East Bay Coffee. If you're someone who likes to talk about issues that are impacting Pinole, likes to talk about issues that are impacting the environment, or just generally want to have a conversation with someone after what has been a rough 2 years, this will be a great opportunity for us to chat. And last but not least, I want to take a moment to thank our Contra Costa County congressional delegation. Our Representative Mike Thompson, as well as Representative Mark Desagnier, as well as Representative Jerry McNerney. We now have an additional $3 million for behavioral health services in Contra Costa County because of their leadership. That's a big deal for our city, and that's a big deal for our county. So thank you so much to our representatives for your advocacy. And again, I'm looking forward to a great year in 2022 and looking forward to communicating more with other council members as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. I have no committee reports since last we met, but I do want to wish everyone a happy spring and a welcome back to Chambers. I will be joining you at the next meeting there, and I appreciate all the effort that staff has made, and as well council members and the public, to continue practicing some public health measures to reduce exposure to COVID. Although we are back, there are still episodes or instances where COVID can continue and be transmissible, and to be determined, to be seen as we progress. I'm hopeful, as many of you are as well, that we do not enter into another period of a surge. And toward that, recommend, encourage everyone to continue masking, continue social distancing, and as possible, vaccinating. Thank you. Be well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Thoms, good evening.
Yes, good evening. I'll report on a few of the meetings that I have attended. I attended the quarterly wastewater meeting with Councilmember Tave, and my big takeaway from that is the monthly flow data, and I wanted to share that with everyone. That an example would be that the Pinole and Hercules share the wastewater treatment plant, and in November, Pinole had 32% of the flow, but then in December, because of the rains, that flow percentage moved up to 62%. That's a significant amount of flow that is coming in from rainwater seeping into our pipes. So that's just an example of where our infrastructure is really failing us in Pinole. And I just wanted to just share that bit of information. I thought it was pretty glaring when it was presented to us. And then I attended the WestCat meeting last week, and the basic part of the meeting was working on the grant funding, the annual grant fundings for operating the transit system. Very standard discussion. We did discuss the ability to do some a grant that provides some free rides, and that might, although those have not been designated, it could occur if we have, for instance, a Spare the Air Day, or if there's a regional effort to try to get people back on transit. So those dates have not been set up yet, but the grant to provide finances for that is underway. And then the last item is that the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce met this morning. They do have an event planned for March 27th. It's called Bottles and Bites. It's going to be in Hercules. And that's just a reminder that the Bayfront Chamber is a chamber that is Pinole, Hercules, and Rodeo. And a few other dates. This next one conflicts with our council meeting, April 19th, but there is a spring mega mixer opportunity, and that's going to be at Four Fools Winery in Rodeo. So if some of our business community wanted to go out and make some business connections, that would be great. There's a couple of other items coming up. I've been advised that the summer mega mixer is likely July 28th, and I believe that's a Thursday night, so that it wouldn't conflict with any of those, our council meeting. And I think that wraps it up.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Tave, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. So I just want to touch on one thing. May 7th, the Pinole Garden Club is going to be hosting their plant sale. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's at the Pinole Valley Community Church. So if everybody can come out, it's usually a great event. They usually sell out, so make sure you're there early. I just want to expand a little bit on the wastewater committee meeting. As Councilmember Toms mentioned, inflow and infiltration is when water gets into our system and adds to the additional work the wastewater plant has to do to filter that. That's why we did the sewer master planning. We have to get our hands and arms around how big this problem might be. This didn't happen overnight. It's been happening for quite some time. And Pinole really needs to start putting that plan together. And I'm hoping the city manager can weigh in a little bit about timeline as far as where we are. We did talk a little bit about that. We also talked about a maintenance plan that our plant superintendent had. And that's one thing that this meeting does, is go over what levels of maintenance needed, what type of upgrades are needed between the two cities. So I believe we're going to have a little bit more of a report our next meeting, but this was our first for quite some time. So those discussions should be happening. And again, there's public comment, so please feel free to come to that meeting as well. It's just really determining that magnitude of what we're working with, similar to the way we did with the roads. It's a $42 million issue. So we need to understand what that means for our sewer lines as well, and how the citizens are what that interaction is going to be to repair it. So the other meeting that we went to was Recycle More and the Wickham meeting. And it was, very quick. I think we just went over a couple items, but the director had to come back, so we're hoping to hear back from them then. So that's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. That concludes item 7C. Let's move on to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
I have no items.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ubin.
Thank you. I'm thinking about what I'm going to request. There were a lot of comments made earlier about one particular housing development project. And when it comes to private property and what the city is obligated to do given mandates, it's not only housing, but any other mandate that is unfunded puts a burden on the city. So I'd like to have staff prepare for us something, and I'm not sure which would be best, what format it would be best, so that we have a sense, as council members, have a sense of how indeed, given the mandates that are in place, and we're going to be hearing more about that shortly, with regard to housing in particular, but there are others that we're likely to face. What is really feasible? What is it? What are the most pressing impacts? We've heard comments related to infrastructure. We continue to be challenged by the inability to fund and maintain maintenance and any new projects related to infrastructure. And although federal funds are coming our way, that's great. I just don't know whether we simply wait for that. I think there ought to be some proactive action to take. So my request would be for staff for an agenda item that allows us to think through what those long-term impacts are related to the mandates, at least the ones that we're aware of.
Can you just precise what you stated, long-term?
So agenda time for staff to prepare for us what mandates are in place, not only related to housing, those are probably the most current, most pressing, most obvious ones, but others that the city faces for which there exists a lack of funding, and how we need to plan for them.
Mr. City Manager, did you understand the request of Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
So I'll just make a couple observations and maybe ask for some clarification. So there are all sorts of unfunded state mandates. It's kind of a catchphrase, many of which don't have to do with land use planning at all. So I think one point of clarification is, are we talking about state requirements related to land use decisions? Because that's an entire bucket, versus other types of state mandates. So that, I think, is...
It's all the buckets.
All the buckets.
Right. It's for us to get an overview of that. Because right now, the big topic is housing. So it seems to be obvious, and we have one project, in the pipeline. But there's more to be thought about because there are other mandates. And I am thinking that it's probably not too early to, given that we've got some current examples of how those mandates are going to impact infrastructure here in Pinole, that we can also think about what else needs to be put into place, what else needs to be planned for to help support the impacts of those mandates beyond just housing.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I know where Councilmember Martinez-Rubin is coming from, but I think that's the housing piece of it. We will start to address that at our next meeting when we have a housing workshop. And then we are also going through general plan amendments, and that seems to be the mechanism in which we will have that review.
City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
So just to piggyback on Councilmember Tom's comments, we are going to be talking quite a bit about state housing requirements. I'm reluctant to use the word mandates because the state isn't mandating that we develop housing, but they do have some new requirements regarding approvals. So we are going to be talking about state-related housing legislation. We also have a number of impact fees in place that are intended to recoup from developers some of the expenses that the city, the community is going to be borne with, and that'll come up as part of our master fee schedule. So we do have a lot of irons in the fire related to this topic. That said, the city attorney and I am sure would be happy to shape an item to come back with the city council to get this conversation started, and then we could do some additional research and make presentations on particular items of interest to the city council. So there is enough guidance there for us to act on that if the city council would so desire.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
I think, thank you, both Councilmember Toms and City Manager. I think what happens, I know what I feel is comparable to reading a table of contents, thinking linearly where there's some things that just occur over a period of time and they're all related. And what I am lacking is that seeing the relatedness and however we can do that. However we can do that. If there are going to be discussions that include the impact of requirements / mandates on infrastructure as we move along, that's great. At some point though, if we can have all those pieces presented, and I'm sorry I can't be any more descriptive about this, but I'm trying to get at a better understanding of all the complexity, which is really an ongoing challenge that I think we face just by the mere nature of how we conduct city business, which is one meeting at a time, one topic at a time, and yet the issues that we are facing are multifaceted. So thanks for hearing me out, and I will. I'll just be attentive to how we proceed and maybe bring something back as a request later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, this is more of a request for information, or maybe it could be memo form. A while back, we talked about grants, and I think we're going to be talking about that. I guess my question, and maybe I don't know if this is something that would be an agenda item, but or included in that grant discussion, like how well we're doing in reporting. But I'm looking at master agreements on the state level, procurement agreements that wind up happening across the state, cooperative agreements where the state is bidding projects as a whole to get some type of discount for purchases. Do we have any mechanisms, I guess, that the city can opt into to kind of leverage those cooperative agreements or master's agreements? It's more of a question. I'm not sure if it's something that we can opt into or have already done so. It just comes up when we bought equipment. I think a bucket truck was one of them. We just purchased a lot of street equipment to do repairs. I'm just wondering, how does the city opt into those programs, and how many can we actually manage if we did? To maybe get 10, I mean, I know there's like 10% and 20% depending on what dollar value, I mean, a lot of times for the dollar value you're spending. I don't know if that's something, but if the city manager can produce that and then get it to the council so we can have an understanding of how the city's, buying or purchasing.
Sure, I'd be happy to assemble some information on that. As you know, we pretty recently updated our procurement policy that does allow us to piggyback on cooperative purchasing agreements. We use that for telephone services and a lot of equipment purchases. It can be both state foundational cooperative purchasing arrangements, but also we can piggyback on those of other public agencies. So we have a lot of different opportunities, and I'm happy to prepare some information for the city council on that.
I think there's one with mechanical equipment and that are coming out, and I know that as inflation starts to go up, any way we can kind of curb that, I think the city should be looking at that. But I'm wondering if we could just maybe do a memo across the council so we can all be informed and see if there's any opportunities that we can take on. I'm hoping that that's something that may leverage us to take on a larger project at a discounted rate, but I guess more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's noted, and we'll get back to the council with the request. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to move to ask that we have a future agenda item for the council to consider a letter of support for Assembly Bill 1814, which would allow for community choice aggregators like MCE to submit applications to the California Public Utilities Commission in order to receive funding for transportation electrification programs.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. And this is something that MC is in favor of doing, correct?
They are absolutely, yes.
Yes. So as a member of MCE, if they're advocating us to do it, something that the city is advised to follow and support. So I'm in favor of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's for the item to come to the agenda for a future reference, just to be clear.
Restate.
My ask is for us to consider a letter of support at a future council meeting and support of the bill.
No. Yes. Yes, Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Yes, I have to learn more about that, so I hope the agenda item provides us that.
Yes. So it's 5 yeses.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Any other item?
Not anymore.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have one item tonight. I would like to have an item with the council to request to discuss about the front worker pay. I know that we had that discussion last year related to the money that we get from COVID relief, but we had an item we really haven't discussed about if we could provide type of benefits or rate increase or bonus, I don't know, discussion we can have in closed session with the city council related to our frontline workers. That's my request. Councilmember Tave?
Yeah, I just have a question. I thought that when we had that discussion, special meeting, that our HDL consultant advised against that. He stated that the money could not be allocated for that purpose, right. But I will be more than happy to have staff to come back to us and provide us further information. But it is my understanding from other cities in the Bay Area, in our county, that they were able to move. Okay, as long as we can have the discussion, I think that's reasonable. Yes, for you, yes. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I support.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
Yeah, we're already discussing contract negotiations. Is that appropriate to just add that aspect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that we are negotiating contracts negotiation not with all the unions at once, but because they are not at the same time. I want to be broad and general for everybody at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben?
Was that last comment, Mayor, you're going to be broad? There's no specific group that you're thinking about? Because I missed that part of it.
Not a specific union, correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. 5 yeses. So that will be brought up as a closed item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other requests for tonight. Thank you, everybody. That concludes item 7.
Excuse me, Mayor. We do have some public comment on this item.
Yes, please go ahead.
In person, we have Rafael Menes.
Please use the mic.
I'm not sure. Audio seems to have gotten slightly more finicky. There we go. So I would like to again ask that the city consider having as a future action item a proclamation in support of Ukraine. I would note that at this point, there are now news articles stating that the city of Aspen in Colorado passed a proclamation on March 8th in support of Ukraine, stating in part, "We are condemning the act of Russian aggression. We support the government and people of the sovereign nation of Ukraine, and we urge the Aspen community to contribute resources to aid the people of Ukraine." So this is the sort of proclamation that other cities have seen fit to issue as within their remit. As to why it's important that the city of Pinole condemn this war, It's because Russia has chosen to wage war in a manner which is barbaric and outside of the laws of war. They're deliberately bombing maternity hospitals, as has been noted on March 9th in Mariupol, bombing during a ceasefire, I might very well add. There was a UN...
I just want to clarify this item for future agenda. You don't need to clarify the reason why, please.
Okay. So in that case, I would urge the City Council of Pinole to adopt a resolution proclamation along the lines of the proclamation that the City of Aspen adopted in support of Ukraine at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next comment is from Cordell Hindler. Go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me okay, Heather?
We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. I have two items for your consideration to be placed on a future agenda. Number one is to revisit the budget item, because I feel that this is very important, because in the long term, if Pinole is going to get back on good graces, financially. That's for the April 5th meeting, possibly. But also for the 19th of April, I was thinking that if the council would be interested in having Sabrina Landreth to provide an update regarding on how COVID has impacted, the parks and in the Bay Area. So I would ask that the council would consider inviting Ms. Landreth to come for the 19th of April, and that's it.
The last comment is from Irma Rupert. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Two things, Mayor. I'm glad to hear that the animal shelter will be agendized. I did request that way back when, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the future agenda item date. Secondly, I spoke to Supervisor Joya. He has a videotape about Fire Station 74, and I was speaking to him, and is it possible we can put his videotape on the TV station?
I'm sorry, this is a request for future item agenda at this moment.
Okay. Mayor, my request is to bring the chief or supervisor bringing us an update on Fire Station 74. He's got a video out, and he would be available and putting it on our TV station. That's my request.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, Mayor, I do believe we have a fire chief coming back to the council within the next month or so to make the presentation, correct?
That's correct. It's at one of the two April meetings. Chief Weinkoop will be providing an update on some of the changes that have been made at the fire station, as well as an update on the progress in negotiations with Confire about greater collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Report. Any other comments?
That concludes the public comments.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. That concludes item 7D. Then I move on to item 7E, City Manager Report. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, briefly, great to be back in person with everybody. Wonderful reception. Nice to see members of the community. Just want to provide you and the community with an update. City staff provided the council with a memo on youth commissions that had been requested at a past council meeting, and just want to provide a preview of some agenda items for our next council meetings. As you all know, we're going to have a special city council meeting next Thursday, which is going to be looking at discussing the updates to the general plan we're working on to housing, health and safety, and environmental justice. The following Tuesday, we'll have another special city council meeting that's going to focus on the city's revenue stream and local taxes in particular. And then at our next regular meeting on April 5th, we'll have a presentation by the new Contra Costa College president, a report on activities of our Public Works Maintenance Division, an update on our building permit process and customer service, the annual progress report on the general plan, consideration of a letter of support for AB 1944,
consideration of a letter of support for the United Steelworkers, and updates to our contract for our Trackit land use planning software system, the second read potentially of the fireworks ordinance we're hearing on first reading tonight, an update on PCTV, and also a presentation of our 5-year IT strategic plan. So just wanted everybody to know about the items that are slated for our next regular council meeting. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, quick question.
Please go ahead.
City Manager Murray, I just wanted to make sure we can clarify that I think you meant Tuesday for the next meetings. I think we heard Thursday. I heard Thursday at least.
Oh, I'm sorry. Meant,
Can you just clarify for
yes,
the public?
Sorry, we will have a special city council meeting next Tuesday, also the following Tuesday, and then we'll have back to a regular council meeting on April 5th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7F, City Attorney Report. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Just briefly wanted to mention that we have our next Municipal Code Update Subcommittee meeting on Monday, March 21st. On the agenda for the meeting will be an update to the city's encroachment permit ordinance for city right-of-ways. I want to thank staff members Misha Kaur and Sanjay Mishra for their work on that and their collaboration. And I also want to mention we'll have on the agenda an ordinance and policy update to comply with AB 486, which is going to provide a policy around the city's use, funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment. And that's as defined by the Assembly Bill. That's scheduled to come to the City Council on April 19th because we need to get that in place before June 1st. I want to thank Chief Gang and his team for his collaboration and work on that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. That concludes item 7F. Madam City Clerk, any comments?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I will then move on to items 8B, presentations. And tonight we would have presentations from Director Wallen about the overview of recent housing legislation by our Director Wallen as well as our Assistant City Attorney Mugg. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I am Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director, and I'm happy to be here this evening with Assistant City Attorney Alex Mogg, updating the council on recent and relevant housing legislation. And if I could ask PCTV, are you able to run my slideshow this evening? Thank you. Excellent. Great. So this topic is especially timely as the city is embarking on an update to a number of our general plan elements, the housing element included. And although we will not be focusing on any particular development proposal tonight or an application tonight, the city has experienced a number of large development applications that are making their way through the entitlement process, and the information we'll be presenting this evening is relevant for all new housing projects in the city of Pinole. Next slide, please. So, but first, some background. Next slide, please. Since 1969, California has required that all local governments adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in their community. Jurisdictions meet this requirement by adopting housing plans as a part of their general plan, and general plans serve as the local government's blueprint for how the city and/or county will grow and develop. And they also cover a variety of topics, including land use, transportation, conservation, noise, open space, safety, and housing. The role of the general plan is supreme and provides broad policy direction related to land use. The City of Pinole last comprehensively updated our general plan in 2010, and we're beginning the process of updating our housing element along with our health and safety element and introducing a new element related to environmental justice this year. The broad policies in the general plan are implemented through a variety of tools, and one tool is called the specific plan, which establishes a link between implementing policies of the general plan and the individual development proposals in a specific and well-defined area. The City of Pinole adopted the 3-corridor specific plan in 2010, and the purpose of the specific plan is to facilitate revitalization of the San Pablo Avenue, the Pinole Valley Road, and the Appian Way commercial corridors. The zoning ordinance is another tool that is used to implement the policies of the general plan. Where the general plan sets forth long-term policies that guide future development, the zoning ordinance implements general plan policies via detailed development regulations, such as specific use types and building standards like height, setbacks, parking, landscaping, a maximum, minimum number of residential units, and how affordable they must be. Although the purpose and intent of zoning is different from the general plan, state law requires that zoning be consistent with maps and policies in the general plan. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about housing, it's important to understand the concept of density. And density is the number of developed residential units in a specific area of land and is expressed as the number of dwelling units per acre. The visuals on this slide here show the same acre of property with different housing types, from 1 dwelling unit on the acre of land up to 50 dwelling units per acre. This range of densities is allowed in Pinole depending on the land use designation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general plan land use map for Pinole. The following slide will show a breakdown by percentage of total acreage for each land use category. Note in particular on this map the areas which are yellow, orange, red, dark blue, and light green. They are all areas where housing is currently allowed in some capacity and at different densities in Pinole. Next slide, please. So the pie chart on the left-hand side of the screen shows the breakdown of land use designations in Pinole by percentage of acres in Pinole. Of note, about 19% of land is in Pinole is designated for open space and parks and recreation. About 7% is in the Bay as the San Pablo Bay Conservation Area. About 3% is designated as public or institutional use, and 2% is regional commercial. About 15% of the land in Pinole is designated as a roadway or for transportation use. The remaining 54% is designated to allow some level of housing. The bar chart at the right of the screen here shows a detail of the breakdown of land use designations that allow for housing in Pinole, so that how that 54% is made up. Each land use designation has a range of density that is allowed. The majority of the land that allows for housing is in Pinole are designated suburban residential designation, which is about 31% of the land area in Pinole and was yellow on the general plan map. And this designation allows for up to 10 units of housing per acre of land. At 11% of the land area in Pinole, our rural land use designation is the lowest density allowed and allows for up to 0.2 dwelling units per acre, or that's 1 dwelling unit per every 5 acres. Our mixed use sub area encompasses 5% of the total land area. It allows for a mix of commercial and residential uses at up to 50 units per acre. Low density, high density, and our Old Town and service sub areas are all 1% of the land area in Pinole and range in allowed densities from 0.2 to 50 units per acre. Next slide, please. So in order to visualize these densities in the community, this slide shows the variety of land use designations that allow housing in Pinole with aerial photos of the existing built conditions in Pinole. Some just examples of some areas in Pinole that are designated, that particular designation. And you can see that as the density increases, the building intensity also increases and also takes different forms. Next slide, please. This table provides a snapshot of the new housing units that were in the process of approvals and constructions in the calendar year 2021. We issued planning approvals for 3 accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, 2 single-family homes, and 212 multifamily units. Building permits were issued in 2021 for 1 single-family home and 3 ADUs, and the city also issued permits, or we also finalized construction for 2 new single-family homes in 2021. Next slide, please. Another key background component of housing is what it means to provide affordable housing. Affordable housing is restricted to sale or rent at prices that are affordable to households with incomes no greater than certain levels. And these levels are based off of the area median income, which is recalculated on an annual basis and varies by county. Next slide, please. In Contra Costa County, the area median income, or AMI for short, for a family of 4 in 2021 was $125,600. For a rental unit, the tenant's housing costs, which is rent and utilities, cannot exceed a set value if it's affordable. And for ownership affordable units, there's a cap on the resale price to ensure continued affordability. There's also deed restrictions that lay out specific requirements that will be reported against the property, and the amount of time the property must be made available as an affordable housing resource. The table on this screen shows income limits by household size and income category, as well as maximum affordable monthly gross rents by bedroom size for different households in 2021. For example, a low-income 2-bedroom apartment unit would have a maximum rent cap as an affordable unit of about $1,700 per month. I will now hand the presentation off to Assistant City Attorney Mogg, who will be briefing the council on relevant state housing legislation.
Thank you very much, Silly. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Dave, if you could go to the next slide. And before we jump into discussing some of the laws, I just want to let the council know that this is just an overview of these laws. Some of these laws are pretty detailed and extensive, and we're just going to talk about sort of the top level takeaways. I'm sure, as you all are aware, the legislature has adopted a number of laws intended to, in their minds, address the housing crisis in California. Some of the laws we'll talk about tonight are new and have been adopted in the last few years. Some of the laws we'll talk about have actually been in effect for some time, but are being used more and more in recent years by housing advocates or developers. So the first law we're going to talk about is the density bonus law. Next slide, please. So the way the density bonus law works is developers who build a certain percentage of affordable units in a project are entitled to a so-called density bonus that allows them to build more, have a higher density than what would otherwise be allowed under the city's general plan and zoning. So as an example, if the city's rules at zoning code say that a density for a parcel is 20 units an acre, and the developer receives a 10% density bonus, that developer would be able to have a project with a density of 22 units an acre. They'd be legally entitled to that, even though the city's rules normally would cap that at 20 units an acre. The greater the percentage of affordable units, the larger the density bonus is, and also the greater the affordability of the units, the larger the density bonus is. So if the units are low income, the density bonus will be less than if the units are very low, reserved for very low income individuals. And something to note is that inclusionary units, so units that developers required to provide by the city's inclusionary zoning ordinance, count towards the density bonus. So Pinole has an ordinance that requires developers to provide 15% of the units as affordable. There are some way they can often pay a fee or build those units off-site. But if they build the units, which is what is the main requirement of our ordinance, those 15% count towards a density bonus. And as you'll see, that will automatically get them a density bonus under the state density bonus law. So next slide, please. So just by way of an example, this is a simplified version of the chart, but you can see if we're talking solely about low-income units, and low-income units are units that have to be reserved for 80% or lower of the area median income. If 10% of the units in a project are set aside for low-income households, then the developer is entitled to 20% density bonus. And as that percentage of units increases, that the density bonus increases as well, up to the point where developers can get, up to a very high percentage, almost, double the normal rate, and the normal density. Next slide, please. So in addition to density bonus, actual bonus and the density, qualifying projects are also entitled to receive something called incentives. And they can receive up to 4 incentives based on the level of affordability. So just like we saw before, there's a chart that determines the bonus. There's a similar structure for incentives, where the more affordable units you have, the more incentives you're allowed to. And then an incentive is a reduction in any site development standard or a modification of any zoning code or design requirement. So this could be an elimination of an architectural style, or a height limit, or a amenity requirement. So for example, if the city's code says that every unit needs to have 25 square feet of private outdoor space, like a balcony, a developer could use one of their incentives to get rid of that entire requirement. And the city is required to grant that incentive unless it finds that the proposed incentive does not result in cost reductions for the project. And that's a very extremely difficult standard to meet, because, for example, I just gave, of course, not having to provide a balcony would result in cost savings for a project. So the other way an incentive can be denied, and this is both for the density bonus itself and for a requested incentive, the only way the city can deny that is if the density bonus or the incentive would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety for which there is no method to mitigate that specific adverse impact. And state law, it's not up to the city to decide what a specific adverse impact is on a case-by-case basis. State law says that a specific adverse impact is a quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written policies, or identified written health or safety standards, policies, or conditions that exist at the time that the project is submitted. So a city can't decide on a case-by-case basis what is going to be considered a specific adverse impact. It needs to have those adverse impacts need to be, quantifiable. They need to be direct, unavoidable, and they need to be based on written and adopted policies. So it's very unusual that a city is able to deny a project or density bonus because of this standard. And courts have consistently held that, cities have essentially no discretion to deny a density bonus. So the next slide, please. As if that was not enough, density bonus projects are also entitled to waive any development standard that would physically prevent the project from being built at the densities allowed. So this is a little different than a concession. A concession you can use for anything. But on top of that, once you use your concessions, a developer is also entitled to waive any development standard that would physically prevent the project from being built at the permitted density. So for example, if a developer is entitled to build a project at 100 units an acre, but the city has a height limit of 10 feet, it's impossible to build 100 units with an acre with a 10-foot height limit. So state law entitles the developer to waive that height limit to the extent that is necessary to build the units. And finally, Density bonus projects are also subject to special parking requirements. Without having to use a concession or a waiver, the city cannot require a density bonus project to have more than one parking space for a 1-bedroom unit and more than 1.5 parking spaces for a 2 to 3 bedroom unit. And there are some additional requirements for 100% affordable projects. And the council may have seen this in action before. The council may remember the 811 San Pablo project. They use density bonus to reduce parking and other things. The Vista Woods 100% senior affordable project that used density bonuses, among other things, to reduce setback requirements. So there have been projects in the city that have used density bonus law before, but it's becoming more and more common. Next slide, please. So the next law we're going to talk about is the Housing Accountability Act. Next slide, please. This is a law that's been on the books for a while, but is becoming used more and more by developers. So the Housing Accountability Act says that a city cannot disapprove a housing project, it can't deny a housing project, or decrease the proposed density. So, it can't deny the project or approve it at a lower density than it's proposed if the project complies with all of the city's applicable objective standards. And we'll talk about what an objective standard is in a minute, but the city cannot deny the project if it complies with all of the city's applicable objective standards. And the law requires the city to make that determination relatively quickly, as quickly as 30 days for smaller projects. And the city can still impose conditions on projects that are subject to this law, but those projects can't make those conditions can't make the project infeasible, either physically or in many cases financially. So the city couldn't require as a condition that there be, gold-plated bathrooms, as an extreme example, but many other things will have similar conditions, extending requiring a bigger setback could make a project infeasible, because it just becomes difficult to fit the project on the site, for example. And these are the objective standards that are in place at the time that a complete preliminary application is submitted. So next slide, please. So what is an objective standard? An objective standard is a standard that involves no personal or subjective judgment and is uniformly verifiable. So a height limit. We can all go out and we can say, I'll measure a building and everyone should get the same result. If the city has a height limit of 30 feet, everyone should be able to measure a proposed building and say, yes, it's more than 30 feet or less than 30 feet. Subjective standards involve personal discretion, personal opinion, and different people might have different opinions as to whether that standard is met or not. So, the classic examples would be, does that project conform with the neighborhood character, or does it use similar materials to surrounding buildings? Or to use the height example again, a requirement that a building be similar in height to surrounding buildings is subjective. Some people might think a building that's 10 feet taller is similar enough in height, whereas other people might think that's not true. So those are subjective standards. So projects that comply with the objective standards cannot be denied. And one thing to note on this law is that if a project is using a density bonus, and so it's not, let's say it has a concession to not comply with one of the city's objective standards, it still is considered in compliance for the purposes of the Housing Accountability Act, as long as the only non-conformity is due to the use of the density bonus. So next slide, please. So in this case, the city can only deny the project or approve it at a lower density if it demonstrates with a preponderance of evidence that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. This is the same standard that we just talked about with density bonus law. It's a very difficult standard to meet. Violations, you could possibly be subject to $10,000 a unit. And there have been a lot of recent court cases, emphasizing the strictness of the Housing Accountability Act as applied to development projects. The city of recently there was a major case out of the city of San Mateo where they had denied the project because they thought the setbacks weren't sufficient. The court they lost on appeal, and ultimately they had to approve the project. And in addition, they ended up having to pay, about, I think, $500,000 in attorney's fees to the developer's attorney, to the developer to pay for that, not to mention whatever the city's own costs would be. So violating this law can potentially have significant repercussions. Next slide, please. So SB 35, this is in fact one of the recent bills we're talking about tonight. Next slide, please. And what this law does is it allows for streamlined ministerial approvals of multifamily residential projects that satisfy certain requirements. So what a streamlined ministerial approval means is it's a staff level decision. It's not allowed to go to a city council or plan commission for review or approval. It's approved ministerially. And that also means no conditions can be added to it. If a project satisfies all the requirements, it has to be approved. No conditions can be added to the project except for conditions that are, comply with objective established standards. So this project, we're talking about how a project qualifies for SB 35, but this applies in cities that have issued fewer building permits than their share of regional housing needs, are not meeting their RHNA obligations by income category. So this applies in Pinole and in basically every city in California. Only a very small, I think the last time I checked, it was like 10 or 12 cities out of 450 have met their RHNA obligations and so are exempt from this law. Next slide, please. So projects that are, it may have left this out of one of the slides or it may have gone deleted, but the primary way you qualify for SB 35 is that you have to be first and foremost meet all of the city's objective standards. So those same objective standards we talked about, all projects, in order to qualify for SB 35, you have to meet all of those standards. And then there are some additional standards that state law requires. So for projects larger than 10 units, you have to provide a certain percentage of affordable housing. It has to be either 10% for low income or 20% for moderate income, which would be 120% AMI. If a city has met its RHNA obligation for producing above moderate income units, then at least 50% of the units have to be affordable. So if a city has already produced enough above moderate income units, sort of market rate units, then in order to qualify for SB 35, the project has to provide a lot of affordable units in order to qualify. Pinole currently is not meeting its above moderate income units, but there may be a time in the future, during the next RHNA cycle where it would meet that requirement. Next slide, please. So these projects have to be on sites that are zoned for residential. They can be mixed-use projects as long as 2/3 of the projects are residential, at least as long as 2/3 of the square footage of the project is residential. Like I mentioned, the projects must comply with objective zoning and design standards. and they have to meet certain other standards that are laid out in state law. So they can't be in certain areas like high severity fire zones. They can't, the projects have to pay prevailing wage. The developers have to pay prevailing wage on the projects. And there's a number of requirements like that. Next slide, please. And like we saw with the Housing Accountability Act, there's a quick turnaround for staff to review the bill, here to review and not the bill, but the proposed project and identify any conflicts. And if the staff does not identify the conflicts for SB 35 within the required time frame, it's deemed compliant. And then final approval has to happen very quickly. And because this is a ministerial process, CEQA does not apply. So no environmental review is required because CEQA only applies when the city is taking a discretionary action. So there have not been any applications in Pinole for an SB 35 project at this time, but just wanted the City Council to be aware of this law. You're seeing more and more of these applications in neighboring jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So the last law we're going to talk about is SB 9, which just went into effect on January 1st of this year, and the council and the public may have heard some media reports about this law. Next slide, please. So what this law requires is the city to ministerially approve without a hearing a 2-lot subdivision and/or the development of 2 units on single-family lots that meet certain criteria. So this is only for lots in single-family residential zones, and so it's on single-family lots, and they have to meet certain criteria. But if they do, it's possible that they could have both a 2-lot subdivision and develop 2 units on each lot. So what is now a single-family home could potentially be 4+ units at some point in the future. Next slide, please. So SB 9 units are prohibited in certain areas, wetlands, earthquake fault zones, high fire severity zones as determined based on state maps. But for all of these sensitive areas, there are exceptions. So for example, for high fire severity zones, if the site meet certain fire hazard mitigation measures or provide certain hardening, it can still go through with an SB 9 project. Next slide, please. And the law does include certain anti-displacement requirements. So SB 9 projects can't proceed if they would result in the demolition or alteration of any deed-restricted affordable housing or housing that has been used as residential in the last 15 years or was occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. And we don't have rent control in Pinole, but if we did, it would also could be used to eliminate any rent controlled units. Next slide, please. So when you're creating a 2-lot subdivision, the law does create certain minimum requirements. So each lot has to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet, and each lot must be 40% of the original lot size. So for a 5,000 square foot lot, that means the smaller lot has to be at least 2,000 square feet in order to be at least 40% of the original lot. Once a lot is subdivided once through SB 9, it can't be subdivided again. And adjacent parcels can only be subdivided if the owners are independent from each other. So if the same person owns 2 parcels next door to each other, they can't subdivide both parcels. Next slide, please. Local agencies, as part of a subdivision, they can require to make sure there's easements to have access to the public right of way and for utilities, but they can't otherwise require a dedication of right of way or to construct offsite improvements or things that we would normally, the city would normally be able to require for a large scale subdivision. We haven't had one of those in Pinole recently, but normally when you do a large scale subdivision, you can require, right of way dedication or certain offsite improvements. Next slide, please. The city can, for the units that are built through SB 9, the city can adopt objective standards as long and can enforce its normal objective standards as long as those standards first can't require a setback of more than 4 feet in the rear and side yards. And also the standards cannot physically prevent 800 square feet units from being built. So if the application of the city's normal standards for lot coverage and other things like that prevent 800 square foot units, the city can't enforce them to the extent they provide an 800 square foot unit. So if it's, if the city had a 50% lot coverage requirement, it might have to decrease that lot coverage requirement to 45% in order to allow an 800 square foot unit. Next slide, please. The law does prohibit units created from SB 9 as being used for short-term rentals. There will be deed restrictions recorded on the property. And when a lot split occurs, an owner needs to record a deed restriction saying it is their intent, just their intent, to occupy one of the units as their principal residence for 3 years. But other than that, the city can't require any owner occupancy requirements for the units. Next slide, please. And there's also restrictions on how much parking the city can require, essentially a maximum of 1 parking space, except no parking required if near a major high quality transit corridor or major transit stop. Right now, though there are no major transit stops or high quality transit corridors in Pinole, but that could change in the future depending on, if WestCat adjusts bus schedules or things like that. It's possible in the future there could be, those could exist in Pinole. Next slide, please. And local agency, as the council may remember, there's already requirements for cities to ministerially approve ADUs. So there's a question of, can you do both of these things, an ADU and use SB 9? And the answer is there are some limitations. So if you take a single family home and you subdivide it and you build two units on one of those lots, you can't also build an ADU on that lot. So you can't, build 3 units on what was maybe previously on a new unit, on a new subdivided lot. So you can't have 6 units, you're not going to be able to create 6 units on what was once a single family lot. Next slide, please. So just some additional factors to consider. SB 9 does not, it regulates local authority. It regulates the city's authority. It doesn't preempt HOA rules or, CC&Rs. Those are private agreements between property owners, so the city does not enforce those, but SB 9 does not overrule those. And also the scope and the impact of law may be limited just because of physical constraints and financial constraints. For example, property owners are already able to build, ADUs on their property of, 1,200 square feet, 1,000 square feet in the city, and have limited fees because of state law. And so there may not be an incentive for them to go through this process where they have to pay normal fees and comply with other things. I think there's been someone who's expressed interest in the city, but no applications yet. And there weren't, as you saw from earlier in the presentation, the city in the past hasn't received lots of ADU applications. So it may similarly not receive a lot of SB 9 applications. That's yet to be determined. But I think throughout the Bay Area, I think it's fair to say that there hasn't been a flood of SB9 applications. There are some, I saw a report, for example, from the city of Oakland that so far they've only received one application. And obviously, every city is different, and with time there will be more applications, but I just wanted to provide some context on how much this law is being used. Next slide, please. So with that, that is the end of the presentation. That was a lot of material from both Lily and I. And so we are, of course, happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, sir. It was a lot of information. SB 35, SB 9, bonus density, parking restriction, ADU plus SD 9, and CCRs and HOA rules. I guess I will want to thank you first of all, but for anybody who looks at all that information at once, unless you are familiar with those rules and regulations, it's impossible for somebody to just digest everything in 1 hour. Would it be possible to distribute it and put it on our website, this presentation, so that anybody can actually read it in detail and come back with additional questions? What I would like to do is I would like the council to please combine the comments and questions into two. Combine question and comments. I would not have a section for question and not a section for comments, but I just would like to limit question to two per council member. Councilmember Taylor, please go ahead.
So I have way more questions than two, but I will do my best to get that to the city manager and attorney. One of them I've already asked, but privately with the city manager. Sorry about that. When we look at housing, it's obvious state of California wants housing. Our residents, people want housing, but the ADU was kind of that R1 expansion, right? So, I mean, right now it's kind of like going. There's some cities that use a community benefits program to work with the developer to build a bike path or build a digital sign, or have requirements to meet with the unions before the project goes on. I'm wondering, does the city of Pinole have that kind of mechanism? Because we saw a lot of things we can't do, right? I'm just wondering, is there any kind of give back from the developers as to how we can address some of the other issues we might have to balance the influx of housing? I mean, we all know we need it. Kids are moving back into the homes. ADUs are slowly coming in Pinole, but I would venture to guess there's a lot more ADUs out there, which leads to my second question. Are the amnesty rules still in applying, or is that something that somebody who's built it has to go back or apply for the permit? So two questions. One, does a community benefits ordinance work to the city's favor to start to imply or apply some type of benefit coming back to the city? Obviously, housing's a benefit, but there are other impacts. And then two, is the amnesty program still active?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So I guess to answer the second question about ADU amnesty, that is still possible under state law. So that someone with a currently illegal ADU could come in, to legalize it now without penalty. I believe, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think that lasts through 2024 or around there under state law. And regarding your first question, when the city, if the city is going to impose requirements on projects, there are requirements in state law and under the federal constitution that the requirements have to be, there needs to be a nexus between the project in the requirement, and also it has to be roughly proportional to what the city is trying to, what the impacts of the project. So for example, we have a requirement, and most cities have a requirement, that projects improve the frontage in front of the frontage of the project. If the sidewalk's not already there, they have to improve the sidewalk and the curb in front of the street, because there's a nexus between the project and it's reasonably related. What it becomes harder for cities to require is something more than that, generally for most projects. Where you see cities being able to negotiate a lot more extensive community benefits is when the project needs something from the city. So, for example, it needs some sort of discretionary approval from the city. So, for example, if the developer was seeking a development agreement from the city would then be in a strong position to negotiate additional things as part of that development agreement. Or if the city was seeking if the project was seeking some other type of a discretionary approval from the city, maybe a use permit or a subdivision map, then the city would have more basis to, require those community benefits. But when a project complies with the city's objective zoning standards, the city has already said, this is what you have to do to build this project. If someone meets all those standards, then it becomes hard, very difficult for a city to require anything more. And the standards that the city has adopted, there needs to be a nexus between what the city is requiring and what the developer is required to do. So, for example, when we do impact fees, we undertake, extensive studies to determine what the impact of the project is, so that there is support for the amount of the fee that's being charged to that developer. So that was a long answer. Hopefully I got at what you were asking.
Yeah, I mean, I have more questions, but I'm sure the other council members have them. I'll just direct them to the city manager and get a report back. Thank you.
This is a very important and subject, and I'm sure the council could have just a special meeting just to go through all those rules and regulation, and just having it right now tonight would have to concentrate everything. But if needs is there, we can request a special agenda meeting for that item. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Sure. I also want to just say I look forward to us discussing this and hopefully bringing this into conversation at a future meeting, maybe even next week. So I think this would be a great opportunity. So I am, first of all, thank you, Assistant City Attorney Alex Maga, for this presentation. Very informative, incredibly helpful, and I definitely hope we can share some of these slides with the public. I am very interested in really what I see as a cultural phenomenon around housing. Oftentimes what happens, in whether it's a city or a state or a nation, is we see change. And what we see when we see change is sometimes folks respond to change with fear. Some folks respond to change with hope. And so as we think about this conversation around housing and whether or not there is a housing crisis and the need for housing in our cities, I'm really interested in how, as a city, we can come to terms with both the realization of new laws like the Housing Accountability Act, as well as SB 9, but also make it so that some of our members of the public understand a little bit more about the needs, both of the people who may be coming into our community, but also in terms of the needs for housing to be a community benefit to our community. So I'm really interested in SB 9 because I think it was pretty much a national dialogue. I think it received, New York Times articles, and certainly was a conversation of this council. So to synthesize, I have two questions. First of all, I want to know what is considered a car share vehicle program, which was outlined in one of the slides in the latter piece of your presentation. But my larger question for you, as well as Director Whalen, is I'm curious as to what type of incentive programs or community development programs cities are doing to encourage more housing or SB 9 applications. A lot of the times we are, fighting new laws. I'm wondering how might we create, or how are other cities creating programs and efforts to really, again, connect the dots on what are new laws and potentially find ways for both the community to benefit and also developers as they come in.
Yeah, and Lily may be able to add some here too, but I think what I've seen cities do to try to incentivize housing is provide, fee waivers, for example, for certain things, or, this is for ADUs, but it might apply in the SB9 context as well as the city sort of preparing pre-approved plans that for 2 or 3 model ADUs that members of the public can use, and that way members of the public don't have to hire an architect or an engineer or that sort of thing to prepare plans. I've also seen some cities create incentives in their regulations to get the type of units that they want. So, under ADU laws, the city could limit one ADU to, or 1-bedroom ADU to, 850 square feet. They can't be more than 4 feet setbacks. I've seen things where a city would say, well, if you have more than 4 feet setbacks, if your project has 10 feet setbacks, then we'll allow you to build an ADU that's, bigger than what our normal requirement is. So trying to incentivize types of units that, the city or community thinks are preferable. Lily, I don't know if you have any.
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question. And I think what I would offer is that when we're about to kick off our housing element update here, and a part of that process is really understanding the community's needs. And so we'll be polling the community and surveying them on their needs, what is difficult in Pinole in particular with regards to housing, what their needs are, and what would be helpful in the future for them, for everyone in Pinole to be able to have safe and affordable housing. We'll also be polling stakeholders as well. So affordable housing developers and folks who promote affordable housing, to ask them what are the sticking points, particularly in Pinole, and what they would offer as incentives that the city could offer in order to make development of housing a little bit easier for them.
If possible, Director Whalen, it'd be great to have some ideas for a future meeting for us to explore. I think I'm challenged with this idea of what our community needs and what we simply don't know we need to, because there's so many ideas out there, and there may be opportunities that we're missing out on to invest in, community development programs or even incentives. For example, especially with the new law like SB 9 that we're just not aware of here, maybe that our public is not aware of. So this could be a great opportunity to really educate, hopefully as a council, but as well as even, those members of the public who may be concerned about, new people coming into our community due to some of these new laws. I think we need to build the bridge. So thank you again for your presentation. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
Sure. Couple questions, and the one I'm going to start with is on the density bonus. You mentioned that there's 4 incentives that that a developer can request, and those incentives are typically relaxation or deviation of zoning standards. What about could one of those incentives be a relaxation of a general plan or specific plan policy?
Yes, Councilmember. So it's a relaxation of any development standard. So if there's a development standard or some sort of policy in the general plan or a specific plan about how a project, what a project needs, that could be relaxed as well using an incentive.
Okay, and we don't have any discretion on whether or not we want to relax? I mean, it's basically whatever the developer is requesting.
Correct. And unless we can make those findings of a specific and unavoidable adverse impact based on, quantifiable, objective, written policies and standards, Unless we can make that finding, the city cannot deny the concession.
Okay, and then my second question relates to the SB 9 units. So if you have a single family residence that could be subdivided by SB 9, and then each of those two units can then have an accessory dwelling unit. So you go from 1 unit to 4. What do we do about impact fees, for instance, sewer fees? Can we still collect all of the standard development fees?
Yes, so nothing in the law limits the city's ability to collect those fees at this time. So, that's a significant, it may be why we haven't seen as many applications. The city can and would, unless the council directed otherwise, continue to charge, those full fees. I would just note that, it would not surprise me if the legislature changed that in the future. A similar thing happened with ADUs where they adopted an ADU law, then they got feedback from interested parties that city ADU fee, impact fees on ADUs were limiting the development of ADUs, and the legislature came back and amended the law to, severely restrict the impact fees cities could charge for ADUs. They have not done that yet for SB 9 projects, and so, the city would continue to charge its full impact fees and connection fees and all of those fees to SB 9 projects for each unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. No, I'm just absorbing much of this as good as it may be to have additional housing. It doesn't get past me that the current legislation is very much pro the development without necessarily considering the impacts on local government. And among those impacts certainly is to have enough housing to accommodate its population, no doubt about that, but as well related effects. And I, for one, think that there needs to be a lot of work done, not just by this council, but all around, evidently, by different legislators to balance all that they are requiring with, or that all that the laws allow as requirements and or as exemptions, to balance that with also providing support and funding to facilitate not only the building of structures, the land use, the building of housing, but as well amenities that go with that without sacrificing the quality of life surrounding those new developments, and then the rest of the city. It's very much a pro-development set of legislation that we're seeing, no doubt, because of the population shifts. I understand that. There is a lack of the other piece, I think, big piece, to allow that housing to be certainly top-notch, as well as supplementing all around in very beneficial way everything else that surrounds it. I'm flummoxed. I really am. It's really very, very, very eye-opening, as well as interesting to see this again and again, this meaning a presentation about current housing law and the shift that we're seeing here. And I'm left with thinking it's no wonder people move away from certain areas that are increasingly denser. And I'm hopeful that that in the studies or the surveys or the inquiries that our city will do to find out the needs of its current population, that we're also taking into consideration the different life stages that respondents would have on the questions that are being posed about their needs, because there definitely is are different interests across the lifespan. And as exciting as change is, we've got a population that includes both working and up and coming folks who are looking for housing and need housing that's affordable to them. While we also have another set of people in Pinole that are at a point in their lives where their housing needs are going to be different. Just going to be different. They're not necessarily going to be looking for something that's a dense environment as is being described, because the state is attempting to accommodate for people needing shelter. There is no doubt in my mind that is a necessity, but there is also no doubt in my mind that we need to balance that with so much more. And I'm challenged by this notion of trying to come up with objectivity, and standards beyond those things that can physically be measured. Because, with my background in public health, it's health that we think about. It's the preventive aspects of what high density might do to an environment that is so where people live in a structure where land, open space, for example, may not necessarily be around them. I just have to think about, oh my goodness, there's so much to think about as we proceed with reviewing applications that come our way. And I'm wondering whether the Planning Commission has heard your presentation, because I think they essentially get a first review at the applications that come down. Maybe unless they're ministerially approved, right?
Yeah, and Councilwoman, they have heard the presentation. They heard it in 2 parts. And I think so. They had a little more time, more time with all of us to, discuss and ask questions than the council will tonight. But they have heard a version of this presentation.
Thank you. What I'm left with, not necessarily a question, more as a reaction to your presentation, and what I'm left to wonder is, or what I'm left with as a desire, is to hear a comparable presentation on what can be done about design, about the internal environment. Because here we're talking about land use, right? It's the kind of the external, using the external environment. But again, thinking about health and safety for people living in such dense environments, how do we make them a wonderful place to live? And I'm going to exaggerate, but I think about the density that other countries, I think of Japan and such highly dense environments that they live. I think of Asian countries and the highly dense environments that they live in. And I just wonder about again, this big life shift that we're seeing, and it's just not Pinole. It's global. It's global demographic increases. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. I'm going to be brief. I have 20 questions. No. I have 2. We talked about one of the slides, City Attorney, if you can go to, is the percentage of the land in the city of Pinole dedicated to commercial use. I believe it's one of your first slides. I believe it's on slide 7, probably. And that shows that only 2% of the land of Pinole is being used for commercial purposes. If you can go to that slide, if you don't mind. I'd like everybody to see it.
We might need some help from PCTV to advance the slides here. And while they're doing that, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to, it's a good question. I wanted to clarify the percentage that you'll see on the screen here is our regional commercial designation. So it's actually on slide, I think maybe 4 or so. It's at the very beginning of the presentation. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Yes, that's one. We see that regional commercial land use is 2%. So what's the percentage of the city that we're using for commercial purposes here?
Sure. So there's other commercial uses that are allowed in the service sub area, the Old Town sub area, the mixed use sub area. Those all allow for commercial use.
Okay, I see mixed use is 5%. Okay, it's 5%, and then we have another 2%. My point, what I'm trying to show here is the majority of our land is dedicated to a residential use, 54%. Only 2%, somebody might argue with your numbers, might be 5 or 2%. Only 2% is dedicated to a revenue maker. 2%, general fund balance, it's about 17 million per year. Measure S 2006 and 2014 represents individually, each of them, $2 million per year. That 2% land represents over a quarter of our revenue. So next question that I would like to ask us is, we talk about hardship and danger, and if we were to lose that 2% because we have to build, does this qualify as a hardship? Does this qualify as potentially the city can make a case that this is a danger for the finance of the city, therefore we cannot build it? We don't have to answer the question here, but just an open question, and we can work on it. The next comment that I have will be, this is a challenge, but this is also an opportunity for us to move ahead. The nature of housing is changing, and probably we should think ahead of the game and redesign a general plan in a sense that we tell them how to build it and not be stuck in a situation where we have an idea here and there's nothing we can do. If we were to redesign our general plan and know exactly what Pinole will be in the next 10 to 20 years, in a way that we can integrate all those laws but still keep the design of what we would like to keep, that will be, I think, a discussion that we should have. That concludes my questions, and I will then open it to the public, please. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Debbie Long.
Good evening. I hadn't really planned to speak, but you've given me the opportunity. I would request that SB 99 be added to the discussion. SB 99 has to do with various elements, including a housing element and a safety element for the protection of communities from unreasonable risks associated with the effects of various geological and seismic hazards, flood, and wildfires. I want to emphasize wildfires. It goes on to talk about the fact that there must be they say, identifying residential developments in hazard areas that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. And they must have that as part of their housing element in not only identifying them, correcting them. Several of you know I've been up here time after time again about Rancho Road and it being open. Galbraith only has 1 evacuation area. Rancho Road only has 1 evacuation area for Rancho Court and North Rancho Place. So right now the city is jeopardizing the health of many of its citizens, and I'm sure we're not the only 2 areas within Pinole that are unique to that. There's others. I've talked and talked and talked till I'm blue in the face to the fire chief, and everyone's always in talk. There is absolutely no action. We are facing a fire season here very certainly. I know that we are a fire hazard area because PG&E has us identified as such. So I know that we're there. It's not a matter of, oh, are you in a fire hazard? We are in a #1 fire hazard zone. In fact, we are all eligible for generators. I don't know how many of you knew that. They had almost a free generator program. I would ask that this be a part of the agenda when you speak to all the other elements of the housing. Please add SB 99 and talk to your fire chief.
Next speaker is Peter Murray.
Hello once again, Peter Murray. Several of you are on the right track. Norma was talking about the type of development that's being done, and it should be of a certain quantity and certain quality rather, and to that matter, that's what we tried to do when we expended redevelopment funds on low-income housing here in Pinole. We didn't build crap. We built good, solid homes for those and made them financially available to those with low income. This is an age-old activity, and we're going through another cycle of it. In past, they would just come in and just developers would come in and just build anything and then move off and leave the community with the problems. That's why I got involved originally, 30 years ago. And it just bugged me that they were doing this all across the county. And again, it comes down to the people in the community being left to pay for all those problems or administrate them out one way or another. And then you get the tag of, in some cases, of being a bad person. And it's not really the case. It's just that these things weren't done appropriately and in the right manner to enhance the community and not be a detriment to the community, like I believe that development's going to be up at the shopping center there. And I think the mayor's right on target with this. You build the safeguards in so you don't get garbage, in the community. And developers come and developers go, and they sit on the beach in Waikiki while we're sitting here trying to figure out how we're going to fight the fire on the 5th floor. So, and that's how bad it gets. So, in my estimation, we can hold their feet to the fire. Like I said, previously, well, maybe I didn't say it because I didn't get to it in my first part, but it's nobody has the right to build anything. It's a privilege, and they have to earn that privilege. And it's up to the planning commissions to uphold the city's standards to these things. And if you can work it the way that the mayor was talking about, building them into it and then holding them to it, to build a quality project, we're better off in the long run for everybody all the way around.
Rafael Menez, followed by Cordell Hindler.
I'll be brief on this topic because I'm limited in how much I can say, being a planning commissioner. But I would note that on a consent calendar item that was brought up and they passed by the council when they were discussing, well, it wasn't really discussed because it was just a consent calendar item, but when the housing element and attached to it the safety element and the environmental justice element were assigned out to, I believe, a contractor to run the various processes associated with the updating of the plan elements, evacuation was explicitly tagged within the safety element. So to respond to the prior commenter, yes, the city's evacuation setup is explicitly going to be looked at within the general plan revisions that are going to take place this year. With regards to the role of the Planning Commission and city rules and state rules, I think it's important to realize, as this presentation has gone out of its way to emphasize, that the state's intent with these new laws, with these new regulations, is to limit the discretion of cities as a whole, city councils, planning commissions, any sort of non-administrative entity that just does a one-level review, to be able to make subjective judgments. If there are objective standards, then the planning commission can apply them. But if there are subjective standards, and the problem is a lot of things, as this presentation went over, can be defined as subjective standards, then the state has been going on issue after issue after issue over the past several years to dismantle the ability to apply subjective standards. I don't know if everybody recalls the cell phone towers ordinance that was brought up back when 5G was coming in a few years back, I think that was, and the whole discussion around objective versus subjective standards with regards to that. Well, objective versus subjective standards with regards to SB 9 and with regards to all the other items that have been discussed under this item tonight is the same thing. The state doesn't want discretion and subjectivity. The state wants development, and it's willing to use its power to compel it as far as it possibly can. And if it finds out that a given method doesn't work, why? Then it might try a different law. Thank you.
Mr. Hindler, can you hear us?
Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident, so I'll try to sum it up quickly. So I kind of agree with the first two speakers, Debbie Long and Pete Murray. I personally would not live anywhere near a residential area where it's like, where it's a risk of a fire hazard, because a person like me cannot afford to buy one of those units, and that's like, that's a fire hazard. So I kind of agree with Ms. Debbie Long. I agree with her. It's like, that's a risk. So I wouldn't take no chances. I would not have nobody, a tenant or a new person who would come in there and I will say, that's not possible, because it's a fire hazard. So we're going to be in a wildfire season really soon. So I like the presentation, and I agree with some of the other speakers. That's it.
That concludes the comments.
Thank you. That concludes item 8B. Excellent presentation, a lot of things to cover. And if the council wish to have more information and have another presentation on this item, please let me know. We can have staff to come back again. And as Ms. Debbie Long mentioned, she was mentioning SB 99. 99? Yes. More information. Perfect. Let's move on to item number 9, consent calendar. Tonight we have 7 items. Is any of those items wish to be pulled by any council member at this moment? Council Member Martinez-Ruben, would you like to pull anything?
No.
Thank you. Any council member here who wish to pull any item here? None?
No. I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
We do have a public comment card.
Comments? Yes. Public comments, please. Go
Rafael Menes for 9E.
Very briefly, for 9E, it notes that the property the Faria House sits on is deed restricted to be a park and therefore limited in its uses and not required to be transferred away from the housing agency, I guess the housing successor agency, unlike all the other properties that the city controls, aside from the one other that's under a similar exemption due to it being deed restricted as open space. My question would be, how would the restrictions on that land limit the city's ability to engage in alternate solutions with regards to the free house dispute? Because I know it's been mentioned at past meetings that the property simply be sold as a way to deal with that problem. But if there's deed restrictions on the land, can the city simply sell the house and maintain possession of the land, or is it not even able to do that? Thank you.
It is something that we can answer. Would you like to get back to Mr. Menes?
We'll have to get back to Mr. Menes on that. That's a question that came up and is going to require some additional research.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. At this moment, I will turn it back to Councilmember Thoms, who had a motion on the table. Any second?
I'll second.
Madam, you have a question?
I do. I just
Please
have
go
a
ahead.
quick question. It's actually two questions with regards
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, go ahead.
with regards to item 9F. So I just want to make sure I'm reading right the progress report. Is it saying that our city, so it lists out that there's required 128 units for RENA. What I'm reading from the progress report, and I just want to be clear, is it says that we haven't built any very low or low housing units of those required 128. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, I'll ask Director Whalen to comment on that.
That's correct. Issued building permits for those category of units. We have not in this cycle.
Which is from 2015.
Correct.
Okay. And then continuing on that report, it says, it mentions fiscal impact on the staff report as typical. My question is there a city fund outside of the funding and general fund that would help us move forward in developing new housing units?
Yes, we do have a affordable housing fund.
How much does that fund have?
I don't have the number off the top of my head right now. I can take a look at the report and get back to the council.
It's, if I may, it's on the previous agenda item.
What's the fund number?
What's the fund? Yeah, that's what the question.
See, I have it right in front of me here. The cash balance after taking into account the Saha project would be just over $2 million.
Okay. And that money would be used to fulfill the RENA unit requirements if this council decided to move forward?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor President, could you repeat the question?
I'm sorry about that. I was part of me was asking a question, but I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. So what you're saying is there's $2 million as a, what is the fund called? A housing asset fund? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, and that fund is used or could be used to fulfill the 128 RENA units that are required for the report, as per the report. Is that what I'm hearing, Director Whalen?
The fund could be used to support the development of affordable housing units in Pinole. I don't know if that amount would accommodate the number of RENA units that the city has remaining in this cycle.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes. Is there a motion to approve already and a
Yes,
second?
motion and second.
Thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Thoms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes item number.
I had my hand up.
We have a.
It looks like we had completed public comment.
I will go back and let Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Hindler.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is regarding the the first three items on the consent calendar. I didn't see that part. Regarding the minutes, I was looking at them and I said, when I saw the adjournment time, I was like, almost midnight. I was appalled. I was like, because I've attended other city council meetings in West County, and sometimes they end their meeting like around 10 or so, and I figure that, I mean, to me, that's a burden to staff because they get burned out, like, you know, after the meetings, and it's like, I feel that to me, we have to be more considerate to city staff because they work most of the day, and I feel that it's not fair to me or the public have to wait till almost midnight, and that's like, but I do support the minutes though. But as far as like, you know, 9C, this is an example of a hybrid model. So everyone is in the room except me. I'm somewhere else. So I do support 9A and 9C and 9D, and that's it.
Thank you, sir. That concludes public comment item number 9. Then I will move on to item number 10, public hearing. Tonight we have one public hearing regarding the ordinance amending Chapter 9.24 of the Municipal Code to regulate the use and sale of fireworks in the city of Pinole. And the action tonight is conduct a public hearing and approve the first reading of the ordinance. City Attorney Casher, good evening again.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Good evening, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. Eric Casher, City Attorney. I'll be presenting this item, and thank you for adding the PowerPoint. So as mentioned by the mayor, the action before the council is to conduct a first reading of this ordinance, amending Chapter 9.24 of the Pinole Municipal Code regulating the use and sale of fireworks within the city, and to make our ordinance consistent with and align with the Contra Costa County fireworks ordinance. Let's see, this doesn't appear to be working. Oh, okay, actually, maybe it does. Great. So by way of background, in June of 2021, the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors amended its fireworks ordinance to enhance and modernize regulations on the possession, manufacture, sale, use, and discharge of fireworks. In and around that time, the City Council was aware of this change, and there was an interest in bringing our ordinance in alignment with the Contra Costa County ordinance. So the City Council asked that staff take a look at our existing ordinance to see if it could benefit from an update. Let's see. By way of background, the city currently regulates the use and sale of fireworks, and that chapter of the municipal code is chapter 9.24. It's not clear to me exactly when that ordinance was put into place, but it's definitely a bit outdated. It's very short in scope, and so it was certainly ready for an update. As mentioned, the council, following the county's update, the council directed the city staff and the city attorney to take a look at our existing ordinance to provide an update and enhance the ordinance where it needed enhancement. So what does our current ordinance do? It's very basic and straightforward. It just prohibits the use and sale of fireworks in the city with the limited exception of city council approved fireworks displays by qualified vendors. So as we all know, there's been, historically there have been some firework displays that have been put on by the city. Our ordinance does allow for that. What our current ordinance does not do is define what a firework is. It's very limited in that regard, and it doesn't get into a whole lot of detail regarding being able to impose this or enforce this ordinance against residential properties where there's fireworks that are being discharged at homes. So the changes to the proposed ordinance that you have, so there's a staff report and the ordinance follows as an attachment. The key changes to the ordinance is it clarifies and expands the definition of fireworks, and it makes it consistent with the Health and Safety Code definition that is pretty much state law. It makes private property owners liable for the possession, manufacture, sale, offer to sell, use, or discharge of fireworks on their property. So it places a responsibility on private property owners for their property and any of these activities on their property. And it requires that qualified vendors conduct fireworks displays by duly licensed and permitted. So this was one change that was requested by the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee, which is different from the Contra Costa County ordinance. We wanted to reserve the right to have a fireworks display here in the city that is approved by the City Council. So we've added language to our ordinance to allow for that type of a display. As mentioned, the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee met on February 28th. to review the proposed ordinance. We presented the version of the county ordinance that we were going to be bringing forward to the City Council. The subcommittee did recommend approval of the proposed ordinance with the noted exception that I mentioned, which is to add for the option for the city to have a fireworks display by a qualified vendor. And there was also a comment regarding making sure that the qualified vendor is duly licensed and permitted. And so we have that requirement included in the language of the proposed ordinance as well. So the staff recommendation is for the City Council to conduct a first read of this proposed ordinance at its meeting today. If approved on first read, the ordinance will come back on consent at the next meeting, and it'll be approved at that point. It will then go into effect 30 days from the second read, and it would be in place in time for the July 4th holiday and the fireworks season. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, City Attorney Kasher. Straightforward presentation and request. I would ask this council member to combine the questions and comments. Council Member Tave.
So on that slide that mentioned the on their property, does that include the street? I think what winds up happening is someone lights fireworks off, and then our officers or code enforcement gets there, and nobody's done it, right? And there's no witnesses, and nothing's happened. How do we plan on addressing if somebody does in front of their house or in a public right of way or something like that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tave. So the ordinance does allow for it to be enforced against individuals. So there would be the need to identify the individual who is using the fireworks or discharging them in the public right-of-way. This does account for the situation where there are fireworks being discharged in a backyard, for example, or on a front yard. But it's really, some of this is, it becomes a practical question of code enforcement. And, do we know who, are we able to identify and locate who is the individual? What's different from this ordinance, different from what we previously had, the prior ordinance doesn't have anything regarding if there were fireworks discharged on a residential property. We didn't have a way to enforce that against a property owner. So this does beef that up, but it just defines private property as their property. So that wouldn't include the right-of-way, the public right-of-way.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Thoms.
Yes, thank you. I have no questions, just that we support, the committee supports and recommends approval of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. I'm looking for the language in the what's draft ordinance right now. Two things caught my eye. One of them, and it's at least to my question. I'm looking on page 127 of 131 and chapter 9.24, use of fireworks sale. I'm thinking of myself as pretending that I'm a lover of fireworks and that I want to have them on my property. And then want to not abide by whatever ordinance is here. So if I were looking at this ordinance and wanted to quote it and say, City of Pinole, I can have fireworks on my property because what I see here is about the sale, and I'm not selling them. I am only I have them with me to use, if I even admitted that. But my question is, why is the in the ordinance itself, sale stands out to me, even though in your presentation, City Attorney, you mentioned that liability begins with possession, but I don't see that until much later in the language of this. So why do we have use of fireworks sale? Why is it categorized that way? Why are we seeing it as a sale issue primarily or first? That's one question. Mm-hmm. And then the other is, in your staff report, you mentioned that with the changes, I'm paraphrasing here, I'm also looking for that language, the ordinance allows, the updated ordinance would permit code enforcement to issue citations for violation of the ordinance. But I don't see related language about that on the ordinance itself. And I think, and I'm wondering why that is.
Please go ahead, City Attorney Casher.
Great. So thank you for the questions, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. So it's a good question. The use of the word sale in the title, that's just a carryover from our existing ordinance. The chapter 9.24, use of fireworks - sale, that is the existing language. We could certainly strike that language if or the reference to sale if that is in any way unclear. The prohibition is provided for in chapter 9.24.020, and it reads, no person shall possess, manufacture, sell, offer to sell, use, or discharge any fireworks. So that is the kind of catch-all language of what's being prohibited by this ordinance. But use of fireworks, sale, we could expand that. The prior version of the ordinance only prohibited the use and sale, and so I think that's probably why that language is there. But that's the reason for that. And I think the second question related to reference to code enforcement, the enforcement provision is really 9.24.050, which reads, the city may seek compliance with this chapter by any remedy allowed under this code and any other remedy allowed by law. So that would include code enforcement and then any civil action required to enforce the code as well.
Thank you for that. So I was, again, trying to, pretending that I was someone who wouldn't mind violating this, right, and wanted to use fireworks and wanting to cite the ordinance. And because it's not explicitly, because the enforcement aspect is not as explicit, I have to refer to another part of the code, and maybe that's the way our code is written. I wanted to see that statement about what and who can enforce this as part of this, as part of the language here. I don't know if it's necessary. I'm just reading it as a prospective potential violator of the code and trying to prevent such a person from trying to make a point that they were not aware of the ordinance because it's not explicit enough. Yeah. Not that we can, I don't know, we can do much about that, but that was my reaction when I didn't see that explicit language about enforcement as part of what's been being presented tonight. Can we include?
Through the chair, we certainly can. Part of the reason this is essentially identical to the county ordinance, so part of the interest in adopting the language is that it creates an alignment with the county ordinance such that our code enforcement staff, and if there's any overlap with county, they're operating from the same regulations and they're able to essentially understand these requirements in the same way. So that's part of the reason it's written this way. I guess we certainly could adjust the language, but this is currently identical to the county language as it reads.
So the answer, yes, we could. At this moment, it's identical to the language. Let me ask it to the council. Councilmember Martinez would like to make a modification, add some language.
No. Well, I don't know that it's necessary. I'm just thinking about people who don't comply with ordinances and trying to make as explicit as possible whatever document that they might eventually resort to try to excuse their ill behavior. If that makes any sense? I don't know if it's necessary to make the changes. I would go by city attorney's recommendation. I just think that oftentimes people, I shouldn't even say that. I shouldn't even qualify it that way. But I tend to think that there may be some people who will use as an excuse the fact that that the language in an ordinance is not as explicit as it could be. But I'm also thinking about people who want to read it in layperson's terms, not as a legal document. And perhaps that's our ordinances are written that way. So I just don't know which direction to go.
I think at this moment, City Attorney Casher, you stated that this is what the county has been doing, and we'll pursue with what the county is doing at this moment.
As long as as long as indeed we have added additional enforcement authority or augmented enforcement authority, because I think that was one of the problems with trying to do something about illegal use of fireworks.
Through the chair, I can offer, this is definitely an enhancement from the prior ordinance. The language of the prior ordinance actually appears on page 127, and it's the language that's lined through, the strike through. So that is the existing chapter 9.24, and so everything below that is the new language. So just for point of reference.
Mm-hmm. So, pardon me, one more question. In addition to the ad hoc committee, has our fire chief and our police chief reviewed this language and found it acceptable with regard to what they have to do to follow up and deal with people who violate the ordinance?
So this is a question to the fire chief and the police chief. I will start with the fire chief. Please go ahead.
The fire chief, yeah, I've conferred with the city attorney, and I find the change acceptable.
Thank you. Police Chief Gang, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thanks for asking. So yes, this was run by both the fire chief and myself, and I also actually applaud the work that City Attorney Casher did with this, and worked close in hand with Fire Chief Weinkoop on this, and I think it really does enhance our abilities to have enforcement action the way it reads at this time. I don't think we need to add any language here. I think what we have to understand is that these aren't written for laws, and also ordinances are not written for people that violate the law. So the fact that we're worried about some language that maybe somebody will or will not do some illegal activity, I don't see that as really being an impact. But this does give us the opportunity to be able to enforce those type of gives us the capabilities to enforce those type of laws and ordinances, which was not in the previous rendition of the ordinance. So I applaud the work that's on here, and we agree with the language that's in here.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Martinez, please go ahead.
Oh, no. Thank you to all then for the work that you've done. We'll give it a run. Thank you.
Any other questions, ma'am? None? Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
No questions from me. Great job, City Attorney Casher, and great job, Councilors Tave and Toms.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Do we have any questions from the comments from the public, please?
Yes, we do. Bob Kopp.
Well, thank you. I want to answer Martinez Rubens. The question here is, it's against the law to sell fireworks. So if it's against the law to sell fireworks, it's against the law to buy fireworks. So there shouldn't be any problem with what's proposed to go ahead and go by the state law, the county laws, and our laws against the fireworks. The reason they got this problem is too many people don't know how to use them, and young kids get hurt. That's the main reason there is the law on the books for that. And far as the company that does fireworks, if you want to hire them to go out and shoot fireworks off in the bay, one thing you ought to add to that list is have them put up a bond in case something goes haywire. I had to put up a bond for the city, myself, and for the gentleman that owns the little shopping center, and to cover the city and everybody in case something went wrong at the car show. And there's a lot more chance of an accident happening with fireworks than it is for what we've been doing. So I think that we ought to go by the laws and back up the police department and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Yes, thank you. We have one remote comment, Mr. Cordell Hindler.
That's me. So Good evening again, Mayor Salimi, Council, and thank you, City Attorney Cashier, for that well thought report. And I agree. I looked at the language and I was like, it is crystal clear. So I'm asking that the council will approve it so it can get it on to the next agenda. So that's it.
Thank you. This being said, I will turn it back to the council and invite somebody to make a motion to approve it.
Motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
I'd like to amend the motion to read, I really would like to exclude that sale and just use of fireworks, just broad as it is. In other words, the header, use of fireworks, just leave it there without the added sale, so it doesn't highlight sale.
Would you mind stating the page of your comment?
Page 127. It's the title of the ordinance, Chapter 9.24. It reads use of fireworks, and there's a dash sale, and she's proposing to remove the word sale.
Just a
Go ahead.
question of that is that if somebody is selling fireworks, are they necessarily using them? So is having use of fireworks dash sale more inclusive of any activity that can take place?
Through the chair, that's my read as well. This is a regulation of both the use of fireworks and the sale. The definition is even more expansive than that to include possession and manufacture, but this is more inclusive than just to say use of fireworks, because it really does regulate more than that.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Are you still holding your motion?
I retract my attempt at trying to modify.
You retract your motion, perfect. Councilmember
Yes.
Tave?
No.
No question? Okay.
Call for the vote.
So we have a vote, and we have a second, and we are on the roll call. Any other questions at this moment from anybody? No? Okay, go ahead, please.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Attorney Cashier. That concludes item number 10. Then we'll move on to item number 11A, which is provide direction on whether to include in the voter poll regarding a potential charter city and real estate transfer tax ballot measure questions on certain other matters of community interest, and the direction will be discussing and providing direction. City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation. Given the late hour, we'll make this very quick. As you know, the City Council directed that the city is going to hire a polling firm to poll voters regarding a potential November 2022 ballot measure. There's some startup and fixed costs related to conducting a poll of a statistically representative sample of voters. And so there might be an opportunity for the poll to incorporate some questions beyond those directly addressing the ballot measure. And we just wanted to make the City Council aware of the opportunity, the potential opportunity to ask questions on other matters of community interest. It's not a recommendation, but there is this startup cost that we expect will be perhaps $25,000 to $30,000 to conduct this survey of voters. And if the council had a burning desire to ask an additional question or two on some other matter, it might be possible to incorporate it. I do want to note that ultimately we would need to defer to the consultant conducting the polling to confirm that there was room to add any questions. There is a natural limit to the length of polls before respondents abandon the poll, and there are some challenges with asking questions on dissimilar topics in polls. So we're just flagging this in the event that the City Council would like to add questions, not a recommendation. Happy to conduct a straight-ahead poll just regarding the charter city and real property transfer tax measure. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms, please.
Sure. A couple of the questions that, if there's room to ask, would be how are we as far as communicating our needs of infrastructure improvements, of what we would be spending additional money on if this measure would pass. So how are we at communicating the need? And then the other thought that I had was regarding climate issues and trying to determine if the public is concerned about climate change issues, and what how far are they willing to go to address it in locally, whether it's investing in charging stations, additional solar, or even an electrification ordinance. So that might be too much, but if the consultant can kind of narrow that down, that would be great.
Thank you. That's how are we communicating our infrastructure needs? Is that the first question?
That's correct.
And it has to be an open-ended question or close?
I'm sure that the consultants will know how to frame the question, but what I would want to get to is the public aware of our infrastructure needs, and are we communicating that? Is that communicated to them?
Perfect. And the second question is about the climate.
Yeah. Do they see the climate crisis as a local issue that can be addressed locally, either by investing in charging stations, solar, or even an electrification ordinance? And I would completely leave that up to the consultant. They're going to know how to frame that question.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Any other comments? Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
In terms of questions, I love first of all, I have a question. Are we going to see these questions before this survey is distributed and disseminated?
The consultants wouldn't normally run the questions because they kind of have a standard formula for how to construct them.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that the timing would allow, given that we want to get the survey deployed and the timing for our next regular council meeting.
Okay.
So I couldn't guarantee that.
Okay. Then the only question I would ask, I definitely was going to mention something around the climate crisis. I'd of course mention something in there if possible about the wildfire prevention. But it seems like that's going to be somewhat of a consultant decision point. I would only ask around something around our participatory budgeting process. I know we've introduced a new tool called the Balancing Act. I'd be interested to see how many residents actually know about that first and foremost, so it'd be great to have that. But more importantly, it'd be of interest to me around some question that leans into metrics or evaluation of participatory budgeting and how residents are understanding how we mold that process here in Pinole. That's all for me.
I just want to clarify what the question is, please. Can you restate it?
Sure, Mayor. So in addition to a question around the climate crisis and its impact here, or how we see how the public sees that issue, I would love for us to explore a question with regards to how we are modeling in our town participatory budgeting. That question can lean into whether or not folks know about the tool that we've launched this past year, or if folks have other ideas with regards to it. And again, I'm assuming that the consultant is knowledgeable about something to this effect, but that would be my question, Mayor. Does that
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Manager Murray, do you understand the nature of the question? Is this something that you believe the consultant would be able to address?
Yeah, they'd be able to shape a question around that. Again, want to remind folks that the consultants are going to have an opinion about whether any additional questions can fit within the survey instrument, and also whether they can get to answers pretty quickly on some of these questions. But we'll put those to them.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilmember Tave.
So I'm kind of centering on those same questions, but I typically like in polling the how likely are you to blank, right? So just fill in the blanks. How likely are you to vote for a tax for to improve lighting, roads, parks, housing assistance, green projects? If they do like that scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to vote for that? I think we'll kind of gauge a little bit of the temperature for the transfer tax, and it might also help with the education of what the transfer tax is. I'm not a polling professional, but I do like those questions because I think it's direct, and they're quick too. So I think most likely people will stay on the poll. And then how likely are you, a senior center, to use the senior center, the Playhouse, and how likely are you to vote for a tax for additional services? So that's kind of where I was centering when I saw this, was, centering around that. But we'll leave it to the professionals to figure out how to frame all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I would like us to review the purpose of the polling. How will we use the information that will be gleaned from the polling? What will be the next step? And then I'll have some questions related to that.
So the purpose of the polling is to get a sense of likely voters' support for a potential tax measure, to gauge the persuasiveness of different funding priorities, to gauge the persuasiveness of possible opposition statements. So it's a pretty standard voter poll methodology and formula. It's similar to methodologies the city has used for prior voter measure polls, including that for a special parcel tax for fire, and in past years, the utility user tax revisions, the Measure S's and the like.
Right. So we're trying to gauge what the likelihood that voters that are going to be polled are going to be representative of the voters that end up actually voting on two things: on whether we want a charter city and whether there's they're receptive to a transfer tax. So I would like to not muddy the waters and leave the simplicity of the questions that are to be created by the pollster as they are. I think to be able to gauge whether people even understand what a charter city is, to be able to understand what a transfer tax is and who it impacts, are questions that still have to be written by the pollster to get a sense of whether would-be voters even understand that, and then if they can make any projection or prediction whatsoever for us to then use what they come away with, the survey results, to inform the next step, which I think, I'm not sure we talked about this yet, but which would be the informational component of, a next step toward a measure. So I think there are going to be enough questions to be developed by the pollsters on the two components of their poll: the charter city, what that means to would-be voters, and what a real property transfer tax means to them. where there might be room for questions or how that real property transfer tax is to be used, because I don't believe we have determined that or decided on that. And if that's the kind of information that would be helpful to us to take the next step, then the questions related to the categories of services that we've come up, we've talked about again and again that need additional funding, then that could be a set of questions for the pollsters. But I think I'm going to defer to their expertise and want to keep the polling as simple as possible, centered around these two things that are already part of it. What is a charter city and what is a property transfer tax, and how can that... We also have to ask questions related to the amount of transfer tax. And I don't think we've talked about that yet, but I think that's part of what they're going to recommend.
City Manager Murray, are those questions already formulated, and is it something that the consultant is already aware of? I'm sure there's already a set of questions related to the real estate transfer tax, and this will be used. Are those already?
Yeah, so that would be part of a standard formula. They would ask for folks' priorities regarding how the money be spent. Although we've been talking about it being a general tax, so it couldn't be obligated to a specific use, but it's allowable to gauge voters' priorities around different community services and needs. So that's certainly going to be part of the standard poll that the consultants come up with. So I don't think there's any question that's already going to be covered. The question really is if there's any additional capacity, and that's up to the judgment of the consultants, because they're the experts. If there's a possibility to add any other questions, does the council want to try and get representative community input on other issues? Fine either way. From my perspective, just want you to be aware of the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. When does this answer your question?
No, but I do have a comment on the whether we're going to see the questions or not.
Just questions right now, please. Just questions.
I think in selecting our pollster, a good practice is to have the questions available, at least to the council, who has a vested interest in seeing that the questions are going to be centering around these two matters. I don't feel very comfortable about not being able to see questions before they actually are made public, before the pollster actually uses them. So can you please just let the pollsters know that at least I would be very interested in seeing the questions before they are released to the public? Thank you.
That's a good question. Would it be possible for the City Council to look at those questions before it goes to the public, please?
So it really comes down to a matter of timing. So if we're going to wait for the next regular council meeting to discuss the questions, provide feedback, is the council going to have? It's just going to defer the implementation of the survey. So that's really
we are running out of time. Basically,
not ideal, but and both of the so we've solicited proposals for firms to conduct the polling and the public education. We received proposals from two teams. Both of those teams have experience doing charter city and real property transfer tax polling measures. Survey methodology is really quite straightforward. I would be reluctant for us to wade into the specific language of the survey questions because I think they probably have a well-honed methodology. So, I think it really depends on the will of the council, but we do have some time constraints we're running up against. So I'll leave it to the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms, you have a comment?
Just a kind of a comment is that I'd be interested in seeing, but not having any decision points on and reviewing and approving them. I'd like to be copied on them when they go out.
Oh, certainly.
Public.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yeah, that's all. That's part of the transparency of a consultant or pollster. I mean, that's one of the highlights of having someone who
Yes.
knows to.
I'm sorry, I might have
trust
misunderstood your comment. I thought
Yeah.
you were hoping to
Yeah.
have a round of
No, no,
reviews.
no, no, no.
It's certainly
No, we
possible to
just-
provide a copy of the
Yeah.
questions. It'll be
Thank
a
you.
public document. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question. It's regarding our target group. I was mentioning, would it be possible to target the group to see specifically the high propensity voters? And what it is, it's the people who have been voting at least 4 times out of the 5 last election. This is going to be a good representation how the answer will be if we just go and ask questions randomly to people from Pinole who don't vote. And we have data providing us who the high propensity voters will be.
Yeah, all the polling firms that have submitted proposals are trying to get responses from likely voters. And so they're all going to be using a model to screen folks for likely voters because they're trying to forecast the outcome of the vote on these topics. So they all have likely voter screening mechanisms.
Excellent. And would it be possible to limit the question in the same format that we are limited to by the county? I believe the question we'll be asking will be a 2-part question, but at the same time we'll be limited in 80 words. Is that what it is, or more or less? But would it be able to have at least the same format of questioning?
Yeah, so the consultants will craft it in a way that they think most likely mimics a actual ballot question because they want to get as representative a set of responses as possible.
Well, the consultant asked twice the same question in 2 different ways to see what the result is. I'm just talking about sometimes the grammar does matter. And
so no, they wouldn't traditionally ask the question in more than one way. I think they would craft it based on the experience of past ballot measures. So I don't think they would ask it in multiple ways.
Thank you. I will then go back to public comments and come to comments of the City Council, and then we'll move forward. Madam City Clerk.
Yes,
go ahead, please.
We have received 4 cards. One of them didn't have a name on them, so if you don't hear your name, please let me know. Peter Murray, Rafael Menez, and Debbie Long, and then we have Mr. Hindler remotely. I'll put your name on it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
We should have put the podium closer to you on that side.
Glasses. That doesn't count. Okay. You brought up an interesting thing about language, and it does make a heck of a difference because I don't know if you're aware, but I mean, you got Dan Bornstein, who now makes a practice of looking at the language that people use in ballot measures and such. And when he finds that there's leading questions, he jumps on that with both feet. And in something like this, where you're proposing a text, that could be a death nail. So I have my questions, and I go, so you might ask what purpose you're going to use these funds for, and especially considering that the city has routinely balanced its budget. It has reserves. It has a set-aside reserve for unfunded retirement mandates. You might also ask, why now? And I think you've kind of alluded to it, but that's going to be the serious question that I would like to know is, why now? You might ask why we want to change the governance system that works and provides assurances of judicial oversight. You also might ask, the question, do people realize that these charter city votes are always seemingly tied to the imposition of a new tax? And this one is, as a proposed real property transfer tax. My opinion, as you all know, is that this tax is for nothing. It has no required nexus of a benefit to the exiting community member, not even a handshake. And while a number of local cities that people kind of point to deem themselves charter cities, and as if that has some sort of esteem to it, none of these cities are even remotely a city that we'd want to emulate, either financially or administratively. A charter city also opens the door, and you might explain this in a question form, the possible potential political and nefarious actions. A charter can be amended to perform in undesirable ways, and we've had a routine glimpse of these nefarious actions. We have only to look to the city of Bell in Southern California to see overflowing, unfettered corruption only because they could. And somewhere down the line, we know that this possibly could happen even here from the past. So why make it easier for others down the road to take the community to the cleaners like the city of Bell? And what are the reasons to remove ourselves from the state's general law practices? You might ask a question related to that. Beat you. Thank you.
So, with regards to the questions in this proposed polling, I think there's a couple of items brought up by the National Civic League, as I mentioned the last time this came up, that will be worth mentioning with regards to this vote. Like, for example, for a sample question, would you be more likely to vote for a charter city if it encompassed adopting ranked choice voting for its CSA's elections and adopting a real property transfer tax of X amount, or if it was just adopting a real property transfer tax of X amount? And I would also like to note, with regards to the prior commenter's concern of ethics, that one of the National Civic League's recommendations for the construction of a charter that wouldn't be done if we just narrowly construed it as only a real property transfer tax is to establish a board of ethics, and I'm going to quote it. It says, Board of Ethics. The City Council shall by ordinance establish an independent Board of Ethics to administer and enforce the conflict of interest and financial disclosure ordinances. No member of the board may hold elective or appointed office under the city or any other government or hold any political party office. Insofar as possible under state law, the City Council shall authorize the board to issue binding advisory opinions, conduct investigations on its own initiative and on referral or complaint from officials or resident, subpoena witnesses and documents, refer cases for prosecution, impose administrative fines, and to hire independent counsel. The City Council shall appropriate sufficient funds to the Board of Ethics to enable it to perform the duties assigned to it and provide annual training and education of city officials and employees, including candidates for public office regarding the ethics code. So what I'm saying is that there are options in constructing a charter to require ethics, to correct against the concerns around corruption that the prior commenter made. But we don't know whether the public would support those options if we don't even ask the question in the polling. That's why I request that there be 2 questions added to the polling, if there's space. 1, would you be more or less likely to support the adoption of a charter city if it included both a real property transfer tax and the adoption of ranked choice voting? 2, would you be more or less likely to support the adoption of a charter city if it included the establishment of an independent city board of ethics required as a charter element and the adoption of a real property transfer tax? I think that having the option for additional items in the charter added as explicit questions in the polling would allow for us to get a sense of whether or not the public would be more likely to support a charter city if it covered more topics, or whether, as is the concern that has been previously stated, it would just confuse the matter and be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, this is not about becoming a charter city. It's just about the question that we'll be asking.
Good evening. Maybe so, but I think the city citizens need to know what a charter city is, because that has yet to be discussed. A charter city is defined as giving local control, but that there's a lot more to it with a lot of pitfalls. They can control elections, enough said. They decide how recalls are handled, sidestepping accountability. They adopt their own process in how to handle city contracts. That can lead to cronyism. They decide how to finance public improvements. That can lead to bankruptcy. And it's a little known fact, within California, charter cities have declared bankruptcy or insolvency. To date, no general law city has declared bankruptcy. They can make charitable gifts of public funds for public purposes, and they decide the classification of the public purpose. A charter city opens the door for lawsuits because the definition of its municipal affairs over which it has sovereignty, or whether it is a statewide concern and the legislation has authority, is often a legal determination for courts to resolve. In adopting the charter, a city will often reserve for itself the greatest amount of power it can when it adopts a charter. This means that when the charter is originally put to a vote, most often for a singular purpose, down the road the council avails itself of the full power of a charter by including the following declaration in its charter, and says that its intention is for the city to avail itself of full power provided by the state constitution to charter cities. Besides what I've already listed, some of the consequences of that catch-all statement can be: charter cities can create a sub-government in part of the city. It can create a strong mayor form of government. This leads to a mayor having almost total administrative authority with the city staff reporting to the mayor. It can regulate and govern the local police department. One of the candidates running for the council is already stating that they want to reimagine the role of policing, shifting of resources, and establishing a police oversight commission. Because they are in complete control of their finances as well as financing, a charter city can decide what debt-to-income revenue ratio they're comfortable with without state oversight. The reality of being a charter city is that a city is granted special jurisdiction to create a new governance system. This will potentially supersede state laws concerning government structure, election management, financing, and contracting out services. Lastly, until the council determines why there's a need for additional taxation, since this is supposedly the purpose of wanting a charter city, and how they would propose to spend the money, which is taken directly out of homeowners' pockets, putting this out for voter polling is irresponsible and lacking of transparency without upfront accountability. Thank you.
Yes.
The next speaker is Bob Kopp, and then Mr. Hindler.
Yes, I want to bring. Is it working? Yes, I want to bring. Is it working? Okay. Yeah, I want to bring up that it is really easy for you to come up with these ideas. We've had the city of Pinole has been around for like 110 years, and it's run real smooth. Nothing just went wrong, so why in the world would you want to change something that is working? Some of the people on the, well, we only have one here that's been on the council for many, many years off and on. I don't know why she would be interested in having a charter city. And this is something I would put out to the public. Just as people are aware, as an average home sells for $700,000 today, the transfer fee cost you now is $770. Half of it goes to the city, half goes to the county. At the previous meeting, members of the council were discussing charging an additional $12 to $15 per thousand of the sale. This would equal to $8,400 to $10,500 today, plus the $770. If the homeowner sells for $800 to $1 million, the sale could be $9,600, $15,000 in additional, plus the other amount of money, $880 to $1,500. This is absurd that you'd want to put this in, and how we can find out if the public likes this? I'll pay for putting an ad in the paper to let the people know what I just said. If you want to sell your house, you may have to pay $8,000 to $10,000 to the city. We've already paid taxes at my house for 54 years. You have never helped us put a roof on, paint the house, do anything to upkeep the house, and now you're penalizing us for selling our house and wanting to move. This is not a transfer fee, it's a transfer tax, no matter how you look at it. So I'm willing to, with some other people, put this into the Sunday paper and let them read just what I just put here and let them decide. You don't have to go to spend $30,000 or $40,000 to find out if they want to pay this kind of money when they sell their house. And trying to have, you sell your house and you want to split this fee with the buyer, that's a penalty for the buyer. It's a penalty for you. I don't think it's the right thing to do, and I'm really surprised that this council came up with this charter city idea. I have lost a lot of confidence in them because of this. I think you ought to be paying attention to the public. Some of you haven't lived in the city long enough to really know what the city of Pinole is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, we will need a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
I make a motion to extend the meeting at 11:30.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Oh, I think we need a second, right?
We have a second.
You got it? Okay, thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next speaker is Cordell Hindler.
That's me. Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I kind of agree with the previous speaker, Bob. When I was looking at this charter, I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, I was appalled. I was like, the idea of a charter city, that Pinole want to be a charter city, I'm like, this does not fit for this. And so I'm thinking that, I mean, because if you look at other cities in West County, El Cerrito became a charter city, and they had a committee at the time. And so, because if you recall at the last meeting, when I had said that El Cerrito became a charter city, so they had a committee comprised of residents, you know, like to voice their concerns about El Cerrito being a charter city. So that's good for them. But I'm thinking that Pinole, I'm thinking that sounds like a little out of the ordinary. So I kind of agree with the other speakers. I think this charter city is it's not good for the community. So if you want some, I will vote with the what do you call it? The poll, the consultants that will do this. So I'll let them handle it. So that's it.
That concludes the comments.
Thank you. So just our discussion tonight with the council is not to discuss on becoming a charter city, it's to provide direction on the polls. And those were good comments. Thank you for stating those comments. But this is not the time for us to address those questions here. And I just want to limit the conversation on the polls only. Councilmember Tave, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, Mr. Mayor, you brought up a question about likely voters, or you wanted high propensity voters. I think likely is the middle road, just for clarification, where they would get a representative data set from people who are higher voters or high propensity voters all the way down to people who don't vote at all. I would just imagine, city manager, you could maybe infer, because we're not the professionals on it, but they would slide that scale based on Pinole's voting records, right?
So I don't know the details of the methodologies the two polling firms use. So they have an algorithm that attempts to. So their goal is to forecast to the greatest degree of precision practical what the outcome of a vote would be if it were held when they do the survey. So they have every interest in trying to determine who is most likely to vote. So I don't know, exactly how many years of prior voting record. I mean, obviously that gets complicated because there are folks who never had the opportunity to vote in prior years and all that kind of stuff. So so all of these organizations that have submitted proposals, there are two teams, both have highly qualified and regarded and well-known polling firms as part of those teams. I imagine they use all modern best practices for identifying the likely voters.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just heard that there was a suggestion to go one way, but I guess what we're saying is we want it representative of the entire city.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. That's all I had.
No, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so a couple things. Number one, I want to remind folks that tonight's conversation is in regards to questions around a voter poll for said charter city. The charter city is not going to be decided by the council tonight, nor will it be decided by the council. It is decided by the voters of Pinole, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I also just want to say that in Pinole, whether you live here, whether you moved here yesterday, you are welcomed here. This impetus to say that some people have a stronger voice than others is incorrect. So if you're watching and you hear someone say, you moved here yesterday, you are part of this conversation. We have to move forward. We have to include more people in this conversation. Tonight's conversation is about that. Lastly, Mr. Rafael Menez suggested two very important questions that I believe should be added to what the consultants would create as questions to poll the public. How might we add those two questions that he referenced as a part of the conversation tonight?
City council member would suggest that those two questions get added to the slate, and presumably you all vote to provide direction to staff on what additional questions you request that the pollsters include.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. I would request that those two questions be added, and I would ask Mr. Rafael Menez to send those two questions to the City Manager just to make sure we have those questions on deck. Thank you.
Can you restate those two questions, please?
I don't remember them, except I don't remember the exact word of them, but Mr. Rafael Menez did state them during his public comment, and if he would be so kind to send those
I would
to the
ask
City
Mr.
Manager,
Menez to
that
ask
would be
those
great.
questions just for the council to hear it again, if I may. Mr. Menez, restate those two questions, please, so the entire council can hear it again.
Certainly. The first question was, would you be more or less likely to vote for a charter city if it included ranked choice voting in addition to the adoption of a real property transfer tax? And the second question was, would you be more or less likely to vote for the adoption of a charter city if it included the adoption of a board of ethics as part of the charter in addition to a real property transfer tax?
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Those are my suggestions. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms.
I previously provided questions, and if the pollsters find that those would be appropriate to add, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes, I will be real curious to see the final set of questions, because even as little or as much as we have talked about charter cities, the addition of questions further makes anyone who hasn't even been part of these discussions, it makes it even more difficult for them to really, I think, understand. So I'm going to be real curious about the final set of questions, and I'm going to really be even more curious about the findings from this. And I want to also comment on the representativeness and the methodology that the pollsters are going to be using. It will be important to know what that is, considering that, and they will let you know, City Manager, knowing that in the city of Pinole, there are different ways of oh gosh, how do I phrase this? The communities that are, the different segments of our community vote in different ways. So you have high propensity voters as well as voters, or as people who are going to be voting for the first time. The interest in taxes for them also varies. So however the pollster helps us identify what is meaningful to Pinoleans who are likely to vote, meaningful with regard to what a charter city means at all and what a tax means at all. Even that alone is going to be helpful. So I want to again emphasize the necessity to keep this simple with the addition of even the added questions suggested by Mr. Menace. Noble as they are, those matters of rank voting, et cetera, aren't even matters that we have talked about here in council. And which makes me wonder again how those questions are going to be asked. We haven't even talked about the implications of that here on council. So thank you for listening, because I'm really trying to get a sense of what we're doing at all. And I think we're going awry.
Thank you. So it looks like the council would like to proceed with the direction that you're requesting, Mr. City Manager Murray. It looks like the council would like to move forward with the motion that also include the question that were provided by the city council members. One of them was by Councilmember Thoms, is the public aware of the infrastructure needs? Question number 2 was, is the public aware of the climate issue? That is a local issue, correct? Is the public aware that climate issues are local issues? Question number 3 was by the Mayor Pro Tem, I believe. How do you model participating? I think the question was, how do you...
Participatory budgeting.
Yes, thank you. Question number 5 was by Councilmember Tave.
4. Question number 4, I think.
4?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I think what we need to do is provide direction. I think staff can confirm that they've gotten some direction to the council.
Can you please restate those questions? I just want to make sure that we have them all.
So I think it's valuable to go through so we make sure we're all on the same page. I think we're most of the way there. My notes are the first 3 that the mayor has noted. Councilmember Tave, you asked about support for various services, city services.
Right, the most likely. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of them there, and I have notes, but I mean, in the interest of time, I think we need a motion to approve all of the questions that we suggested, or is it just direction to staff? Because
you need a motion. I mean, I would appreciate a motion with the direction.
I hear you.
There are just 2 others, ranked choice, the question about ranked choice voting.
Well, what I wanted to ask was, by us putting that in a motion, are we giving direction for the, because I would rather defer to the consultant with the input that we've given them versus saying these are the questions we would like you to ask.
It's direction to staff to raise these with the consultant, and the consultant will ultimately decide whether they can be included.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys are voting on the direction that we'll be asking the consultants if they can include those questions. They might determine they can't.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Your questions. Question from Councilmember Taves, we have them, correct?
Yes.
And then the questions from Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, do we have them? I don't think she's stating this.
No, I'm sticking to have the pollster do their work, developing questions specifically related to what a charter city is about, maybe the implications of a charter city, but everything focused on what a charter city is. We need to get a sense of whether the public is even aware of charter city.
Thank you.
Example. And then the other was about real property transfer tax. Just keep it simple.
Thank you. And the other questions were the questions from Mr. Menace.
Correct.
Those 2 questions. So I believe we have all those questions and directions. So I will ask somebody to please make a motion to move forward with this with this direction that includes those questions and directions.
I'll move approval that, I'll move that we direct staff to discuss those questions with the pollsters, and if they're appropriate, to have them included or some form.
I'll second.
Second, I also would like to clarify if you deem any other questions, Mr. City Manager, that need to be added, it's at your discretion as a city manager professional to add those questions.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm not going to have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, the motion as was stated by
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. That closed item number 11. Then move on to item number 12, new business. We have none tonight. Then I will move on to item number 13, citizen to be heard. Do we have any citizen that wishes to talk tonight who hasn't talked earlier?
No, we have no new hands. I just want to clarify for Mr. Hindler that he spoke at the first forum. So this is for those who have not yet spoken. So we have no speakers.
I didn't speak on the open forum.
Thank you. That concludes item number 13. Then we move on to item number 14, which is adjournment to the special city council meeting of March 22, 2022, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you.